Forgiveness is one of the most powerful, yet misunderstood forces in human life, and in a world that often celebrates revenge, pride, and holding on to pain, the idea of letting go can feel like weakness. But in truth, forgiveness is not weakness at all. It is strength in its purest and most divine form, because it requires a level of courage that most people never reach. It demands that you release the anger that feels justified, the pain that feels deserved, and the memories that continue to replay in your heart. And as we look through history, no greater example of this strength exists than in the life of Jesus Christ, who walked this earth not with power in the worldly sense, but with a message that would challenge everything we believe about justice, love, and healing. Because he taught not just to love those who love you, but to love those who hurt you, to pray for those who betray you, and to forgive not once, but over and over again, even when it feels impossible. And this message was not just spoken, it was lived in the most painful and unimaginable moment of his life, when he was betrayed by those close to him, denied by his own followers, mocked by the crowd, beaten beyond recognition, and nailed to a cross. And in that moment, when every human instinct would cry out for justice, for revenge, for anger, he chose something greater, something eternal, something that would redefine strength forever. He looked at those who caused his suffering and said, "Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing." And in that single moment, he revealed a truth that the world still struggles to understand, that forgiveness is not about excusing the wrong. It is about freeing the soul, because when you hold on to anger, it does not punish the other person as much as it imprisons you. It keeps you tied to the pain, replaying it in your mind, draining your peace, and shaping your life around something that already happened. And many people believe that by refusing to forgive, they are protecting themselves, but in reality, they are carrying a burden that grows heavier with time. And this is why forgiveness is true strength, because it takes strength to say, "I will not let this pain control me. I will not let this moment define me. I will not let someone else's actions determine my peace." And when you begin to understand this, you realize that forgiveness is not a gift you give to someone else. It is a gift you give to yourself. It is the moment you decide that your future matters more than your past, that your peace is more important than your pride, and that your heart deserves healing more than it deserves to stay wounded. And this is the transformation that Jesus Christ invites us into, a transformation where pain no longer has the final word, where love becomes stronger than hate, and where the act of letting go becomes the beginning of true freedom. And maybe right now there is someone in your life who hurt you deeply, someone whose actions still echo in your thoughts. And maybe you feel like forgiveness is impossible, like the wound is too deep, the betrayal too great. But what if the healing you are searching for is waiting? On the other side of forgiveness, what if the peace you desire is not found in holding on, but in letting go? And what if true strength is not shown in how tightly you hold your pain, but in how bravely you release it? Because forgiveness does not mean forgetting. It does not mean pretending it didn't happen. It means choosing to rise above it, to grow beyond it, and to live a life that is no longer chained to what once hurt you. And this is the quiet, powerful, life-changing strength that forgiveness brings, a strength that does not shout, does not demand attention, but transforms everything from within. And as you continue this journey, remember this: the moment you choose to forgive is the moment you choose freedom, the moment you choose healing, and the moment you step into the kind of strength that the world cannot take away. And as you begin to understand the true meaning of forgiveness, you slowly realize that the greatest battles in life are not fought outside, but within the heart, because every memory of pain, every moment of betrayal, every word that wounded you becomes a silent voice that tries to convince you to hold on, to stay angry, to protect yourself by building walls so high that nothing can reach you again. But those walls do not just keep pain out, they also keep peace out. They block love, they limit joy, and they slowly turn your heart into a place of isolation rather than healing. And this is why the message of Jesus Christ is so powerful, because he does not call you to ignore your pain. He calls you to transform it, to rise above it, to become stronger than it, and to understand that forgiveness is not about denying justice. It is about releasing the need to carry the burden of what was done to you, because when you carry that burden for too long, it begins to shape your identity. It begins to define how you see others, how you trust, how you love, and even how you see yourself. And without realizing it, the pain that once hurt you begins to control you. And this is where true strength is revealed, not in reacting, not in seeking revenge, but in making a quiet, powerful decision that you will no longer allow your past to control your future. And that decision is forgiveness. And it is not a one-time act. It is a journey, a process that takes time, patience, and courage, because there will be moments when the memories return, when the emotions rise again, when the pain feels as real as it did the first time. And in those moments, forgiveness becomes a choice you must make again, not because the other person deserves it, but because your peace depends on it. And as you walk this path, you begin to experience something remarkable, something that cannot be explained, but only felt, a lightness in your heart, a freedom in your mind, a quiet strength that replaces the anger you once held on to. And this is the kind of transformation that Jesus Christ demonstrated, a transformation where love becomes stronger than pain, where mercy rises above judgment, and where the human heart reflects something greater than itself, something divine. And maybe you are still wondering how to begin, how to forgive when it feels impossible, how to let go when the wound is still fresh. And the answer is not found in forcing yourself to feel something you do not yet feel. It begins with a decision, a simple, quiet decision in your heart that says, I am willing to let go. I am willing to heal. I am willing to choose peace over pain. And even if your emotions have not caught up yet, that decision is the first step toward freedom. Because forgiveness does not start as a feeling. It starts as a choice. And with each step you take, with each moment you refuse to hold on to bitterness, you are becoming stronger, not weaker. You are becoming freer, not more burdened. And you are stepping into a life that is no longer defined by what hurt you, but by how you chose to rise above it. And that is the kind of strength that changes everything, the kind of strength that does not just heal you, but inspires others, the kind of strength that reflects the very heart of Jesus Christ, who showed the world that even in the darkest moment, forgiveness is still possible. And through that forgiveness, a new life can begin. And as this journey of forgiveness continues, you begin to notice that something inside you is changing in ways you never expected, because the anger that once felt so powerful slowly begins to lose its grip, and the pain that once defined your thoughts no longer controls every moment of your day. And this does not happen overnight. It happens quietly. step by step, choice by choice, as you continue to release what you once held onto so tightly. And in this process, you start to understand a deeper truth, that forgiveness is not just about letting go of others. It is also about learning to forgive yourself, because many times the heaviest burden we carry is not what others have done to us, but what we believe about ourselves because of it. The guilt, the regret, the thoughts that whisper you should have done more, said more, been different. And these thoughts can become chains just as strong as resentment, keeping you trapped in a past that cannot be changed. But the message of Jesus Christ reminds us that grace is not only for others, it is also for you, that just as you are called to forgive, you are also called to receive forgiveness, to release the weight of your own mistakes, to accept that you are human, that you are growing, that you are becoming, and that your past does not disqualify you from a future filled with peace and purpose. And when you begin to embrace this truth, something powerful happens. You stop fighting yourself. You stop punishing yourself for what you cannot change. And you begin to walk in a quiet confidence that is not built on perfection, but on grace. And this is where true healing begins, not just in your relationships with others, but in your relationship with yourself, because a heart that has learned to forgive becomes a heart that can truly love, freely and without fear. And as you continue on this path, you may notice that forgiveness does not always restore every relationship. It does not always bring people back. It does not always fix what was broken. But it does something even more important. It restores you. It gives you back your peace, your clarity, your strength, and your ability to move forward without being chained to what is behind you. And this is the quiet miracle of forgiveness. It does not change the past, but it transforms your future. And as you reflect on the life of Jesus Christ, you see this truth lived out in every moment, in every act of compassion, in every word of mercy, in every choice to love where others chose hate. And you begin to realize that forgiveness is not just something you do. It is something you become. It becomes part of who you are, part of how you see the world, part of how you respond to pain. And instead of reacting with anger, you begin to respond with understanding. Instead of holding on to bitterness, you begin to choose peace. And this does not make you weak. It makes you unshakable, because your strength is no longer dependent on what others do, but on what you choose. And that choice, again and again, is forgiveness. And in that choice you find a freedom that cannot be taken from you, a peace that cannot be shaken, and a strength that reflects something far greater than yourself, something eternal, something that continues to change lives even today through the example of Jesus Christ. And as you walk further along this path, you begin to realize that forgiveness is not just a moment of decision, but a way of living that reshapes how you see everything around you. Because when your heart is no longer weighed down by resentment, you start to see people differently, not just as those who hurt you, but as human beings who are also broken, also struggling, also searching for peace in their own way. And this perspective does not excuse their actions, but it frees you from the need to carry the emotional weight of what they have done. And this is where compassion begins to grow, not as weakness, but as a higher level of strength, the kind of strength that Jesus Christ showed when he looked beyond people's mistakes and saw their hearts, when he chose mercy over judgment, when he responded with love in situations where anger would have been easier. And as you begin to adopt this way of seeing, something powerful happens within you. Your reactions change, your words soften, your mind becomes quieter, and your heart becomes a place of peace rather than conflict. And even when difficult situations arise, even when someone hurts you again, you find that you are no longer reacting from the same place of pain, but from a place of strength, a place that has been shaped by your decision to forgive. And this does not mean you allow yourself to be mistreated or that you accept harmful behavior, but it means you no longer allow someone else's actions to control your inner world. You set boundaries with wisdom, but you release bitterness with courage. And that balance is where true strength is found, because forgiveness is not about losing yourself. It is about reclaiming yourself. It is about taking back your peace, your identity, and your emotional freedom. And as this transformation deepens, you begin to understand that forgiveness is not just something that changes you internally. It also has the power to influence the world around you, because a person who chooses forgiveness in a culture of anger becomes a light in the darkness, a quiet example that strength does not have to be loud, that power does not have to be aggressive, and that true influence comes from the way you live, not just the words you speak. And this is the legacy of Jesus Christ, a legacy not built on force, but on love, not on control, but on compassion. And as you continue to walk this path, you may begin to notice that others are drawn to the peace you carry, that your strength begins to inspire those around you, not because you are perfect, but because you have chosen a different way, a higher way, a way that refuses to be defined by pain and instead chooses to rise above it. And in doing so, you become part of something greater, a movement of healing, a reflection of grace, and a living example that forgiveness is not just an idea, but a powerful reality that has the ability to change lives, starting with yours and extending far beyond anything you can see. And in this journey, you discover that true strength is not found in holding on, but in letting go, not in proving yourself right, but in choosing what is right, and not in carrying pain, but in releasing it. And as you continue forward, step by step, choice by choice, you begin to experience a life that is lighter, freer, and filled with a peace that cannot be taken away. A peace that reflects the very heart and message of Jesus Christ. And as this journey continues to unfold, you begin to encounter moments where forgiveness feels tested in ways you did not expect, because life has a way of bringing back situations that challenge your growth, moments where old wounds seem to reopen, where familiar pain tries to return, and in those moments, you are faced with a choice that defines the direction of your heart, whether to return to the patterns of anger and resentment or to stand firm in the strength you have been building through forgiveness. And it is in these moments that you truly understand that forgiveness is not a one-time victory, but a daily practice, a quiet discipline of the heart that requires consistency, patience, and faith, because sometimes the hardest person to forgive is not the one who hurt you once, but the one who continues to hurt you. And yet, even here, the message of Jesus Christ speaks with clarity and power, reminding you that forgiveness is not about allowing repeated harm without wisdom, but about refusing to let repeated harm turn your heart into something hardened and closed. It is about maintaining your peace even when circumstances are not peaceful, about choosing who you become regardless of what others choose to do. And this is where maturity begins to take shape within you, a deeper level of strength that is no longer shaken by external events, because your foundation is no longer built on how others treat you, but on the values you have chosen to live by. And as you continue to walk this path, you begin to notice that forgiveness brings with it a kind of clarity that you did not have before, a clarity that helps you see what truly matters, that helps you let go of unnecessary conflicts, that helps you focus your energy on what builds your life rather than what drains it. And in this clarity you find a new sense of direction, a renewed purpose that is not driven by past pain, but by future hope. And this is the quiet transformation that takes place when forgiveness becomes part of who you are. It reshapes your priorities, it strengthens your character, and it aligns your heart with something greater than temporary emotions, something lasting, something meaningful. And as you reflect once again on the life of Jesus Christ, you begin to see that his strength was not only revealed in one moment on the cross, but in every moment leading up to it, in every act of patience, every response of kindness, every decision to love when it was difficult. And this reminds you that forgiveness is not reserved for extraordinary moments. It is lived out in the ordinary moments of daily life, in conversations, in relationships, in silent decisions that no one else sees. And as you begin to live this out, you realize that you are not just healing from your past, you are becoming someone new, someone stronger, someone freer, someone who is no longer defined by what has happened, but by what you have chosen to become. And this transformation is not loud or dramatic. It is quiet, steady, and deeply powerful, like a river that continues to flow regardless of the obstacles in its path, shaping everything around it over time. And in the same way, your choice to forgive continues to shape your life, your mindset, your relationships, and your future, leading you toward a life that is no longer controlled by pain, but guided by peace. And in that peace, you discover a strength that is unshakable, a strength that reflects the very heart of Jesus Christ, a strength that proves, beyond any doubt, that forgiveness is not weakness, but the highest form of power. And as you continue walking this path of forgiveness, you begin to notice that your understanding of strength itself starts to change, because what once looked like power, control, dominance, proving others wrong, no longer holds the same meaning, and instead a quieter, deeper strength begins to rise within you, a strength that does not need validation, does not seek recognition, and does not depend on external circumstances to remain steady. And this is the kind of strength that grows in silence, in the hidden decisions of your heart, in the moments where no one is watching, but you still choose peace over pride. And it is in these moments that your character is truly formed, not by what happens to you, but by how you respond to it. And this is where the teachings of Jesus Christ become more than just words. They become a living reality within you, shaping the way you think, the way you feel, and the way you move through life. And as this transformation deepens, you begin to realize that forgiveness is not something that takes away your power. It is something that restores it, because when you forgive, you are no longer reacting to your past. You are creating your future. You are making a conscious decision about who you will be, regardless of what has happened, and that decision gives you a sense of control that anger never could. Because anger is reactive, it is dependent on external triggers. But forgiveness is intentional. It is rooted in purpose. And it allows you to stand firm even when everything around you feels uncertain. And as you continue to grow in this understanding, you begin to see that forgiveness also changes the way you handle conflict. It teaches you to pause instead of react, to listen instead of assume, to respond with wisdom instead of emotion, and in doing so, it not only protects your peace but also creates space for healing in situations that might otherwise be filled with tension and division. And this is how forgiveness begins to extend beyond your own life, influencing your relationships, your environment, and even the people around you. Because when someone encounters a person who chooses forgiveness in a world that often chooses anger, it creates a moment of reflection, a moment that challenges the normal way of thinking. And that is how change begins, quietly, one heart at a time. And this is the same kind of change that Jesus Christ brought into the world, not through force, but through example, not through control, but through love. And as you reflect on this, you begin to understand that forgiveness is not just a personal journey. It is part of something much bigger, something that connects you to a message that has been transforming lives for generations, a message that reminds you that no matter how deep the pain, no matter how difficult the situation, there is always a higher way, a better way, a way that leads to peace instead of conflict, to healing instead of hurt, and to freedom instead of emotional chains. And as you continue forward, you begin to carry this message within you, not just as something you believe, but as something you live, something that shapes your daily choices, your interactions, and your perspective on life. And in doing so, you become a reflection of true strength, a strength that is not loud or aggressive, but calm, steady, and unshakable, a strength that cannot be taken away because it does not depend on anything outside of you. And in this strength you find a deep sense of peace, a peace that stays with you even in difficult moments, even in uncertain times. And that peace becomes your foundation, your anchor, and your guide as you continue this journey, a journey that proves again and again that forgiveness is not just an act, it is a way of life, and it is the path to becoming the strongest version of yourself, a version of you that reflects the enduring and powerful message of Jesus Christ. And as this transformation continues to take root within you, you begin to recognize that forgiveness is not only changing how you respond to the past, but also how you approach the future. Because when your heart is no longer burdened by resentment, you gain the ability to move forward with clarity and purpose, no longer distracted by old wounds or controlled by past experiences. And this creates space for something new to grow within you, a renewed sense of hope, a deeper sense of trust, and a quiet confidence that life is not defined by what has happened to you, but by what you choose to do with it. And this shift in perspective becomes one of the greatest gifts that forgiveness offers, because it allows you to see opportunities where you once saw obstacles, to find meaning where you once felt pain, and to build a future that is no longer shaped by fear, but guided by peace. And as you continue to grow in this understanding, you begin to notice that forgiveness not only changes how you see others, but also how you see life itself, because the lens through which you once viewed the world, shaped by pain, guarded by fear, and influenced by past experiences, begins to shift into something clearer, something lighter, something filled with possibility rather than limitation. And this shift does not erase what you have been through, but it transforms the meaning of it. allowing you to see your struggles not as things that broke you, but as moments that shaped you, strengthened you, and guided you toward a deeper level of awareness and resilience. And in this awareness, you begin to understand that every painful experience carries within it the potential for growth, but that growth can only be unlocked when you choose to release the bitterness attached to it. And this is why forgiveness becomes such a powerful turning point, because it is the key that unlocks that potential. It is the decision that allows you to move from being a victim of your circumstances to becoming the author of your response. And as you step into this role, you begin to take back control of your life in a way that feels both empowering and peaceful at the same time, because your strength is no longer rooted in resistance, but in acceptance, not in denial, but in understanding. And this kind of strength is steady. It does not rise and fall with emotions. It remains grounded, even when life feels uncertain. And as you continue forward, you may begin to notice that forgiveness also deepens your ability to connect with others, because when you are no longer carrying the weight of unresolved pain, you become more open, more present, more capable of truly listening and understanding, and this creates stronger, healthier relationships built not on fear or control, but on trust and compassion. And this is the kind of connection that brings true fulfillment, the kind that goes beyond surface-level interactions and reaches something deeper, something more meaningful. And as you reflect once again on the life of Jesus Christ, you see this same depth of connection in the way he interacted with others, in the way he showed empathy, in the way he offered grace even when it was undeserved, and in doing so, he demonstrated that forgiveness is not just about releasing pain. It is about creating space for love to grow. And as you begin to live this out in your own life, you start to notice that love becomes more natural, more genuine, more consistent, not because life has become easier, but because your heart has become stronger. And this strength allows you to navigate challenges with a sense of calm rather than chaos, with clarity rather than confusion, and with purpose rather than reaction. And over time, this way of living becomes your new normal. And as this journey deepens even further, you begin to recognize that forgiveness is not only an act of releasing others, but also an act of reclaiming your own inner peace in a world that constantly tries to disturb it, because there will always be situations that test your patience, people who misunderstand you, moments that feel unfair, and circumstances that challenge your growth. But what changes now is not the presence of these challenges. It is your response to them, because a heart that has learned forgiveness does not react in the same way it once did. It pauses, it reflects, it chooses, and in that pause lies your power, a quiet but unshakable power that allows you to remain grounded even when everything around you feels uncertain. And this is where you begin to experience a deeper level of emotional freedom, because your peace is no longer dependent on external conditions. It is something you carry within you, something you protect, something you choose again and again regardless of what happens around you. And this choice becomes your strength, a strength that is not loud or forceful, but calm, steady, and deeply rooted. And as you continue to live in this way, you begin to notice that even the most difficult situations lose their ability to control you, because you are no longer reacting from a place of pain, but responding from a place of clarity and understanding. And this shift changes everything. It changes how you communicate, how you make decisions, how you handle conflict, and how you move through life as a whole. And as this transformation continues, you begin to see that forgiveness is not about forgetting what happened, but about changing the meaning it holds in your life. It becomes a lesson instead of a burden, a source of growth instead of a source of pain. And this is where true healing takes place, not when the past disappears, but when it no longer has power over you. And as you reflect once again on the life and message of Jesus Christ, you see this same truth lived out in every moment. A life that was not free from hardship, but was filled with purpose, compassion, and unwavering strength. And this example continues to guide you, reminding you that forgiveness is not a destination you reach once and for all, but a path you walk every day, a path that requires intention, awareness, and a willingness to grow. And as you walk this path, you begin to notice that your life becomes more aligned, more peaceful, more meaningful, because you are no longer carrying the weight of what you cannot change. You are focused on what you can create, what you can build, and who you can become. And this focus brings a sense of direction and purpose that goes far beyond temporary emotions. It connects you to something deeper, something lasting, something that gives your life meaning beyond the surface. And in this place, you find a kind of strength that is not affected by circumstances, a strength that remains steady even in the face of challenges, a strength that allows you to stand firm in your values and continue moving forward with confidence and peace. And as you continue this journey, you begin to understand that forgiveness is not just something you do. It is who you become. It becomes part of your identity, part of your character, part of the way you experience life. And in that transformation, you discover a truth that changes everything. That true strength is not found in resisting life, but in embracing it with a heart that is free, a heart that is open, and a heart that has learned the power of letting go. And in that freedom, you find not only healing, but a deeper connection to the message and example of Jesus Christ, a message that continues to inspire, guide, and transform lives, reminding us all that forgiveness is, and always will be, the truest form of strength. And as you move even deeper into this journey, you begin to understand that forgiveness is not just about healing what has already happened, but also about protecting what is still to come. Because every time you choose to release bitterness, you are creating space within your heart for something greater to grow, something that cannot coexist with resentment, something that thrives only in a place of peace. And that something is a deeper sense of purpose, a clearer vision for your life, and a stronger connection to who you are meant to become. Because when your heart is no longer distracted by the weight of the past, you gain the ability to focus on what truly matters, to invest your energy into building, creating, and moving forward instead of constantly looking back. And this shift becomes one of the most powerful transformations in your life, because it changes the direction of your thoughts, your decisions, and ultimately your future. And as this clarity continues to grow, you begin to see that forgiveness is not just an emotional act. It is a strategic one. It is a decision that positions you for growth, that frees your mind to think clearly, that allows you to make choices based on wisdom rather than reaction. And in doing so, it becomes a foundation for a life that is stable, intentional, and aligned with something greater than temporary emotions. And this is where your strength becomes truly unshakable, because it is no longer tied to what happens around you, but rooted in what you have chosen within you. And as you continue to live in this way, you may begin to notice that situations that once would have overwhelmed you no longer carry the same weight. That conflicts that once consumed your thoughts now pass without disturbing your peace. And this is not because life has become easier, but because you have become stronger in your ability to let go, stronger in your ability to remain calm, stronger in your ability to choose what truly matters. And this strength reflects the very essence of the life and teachings of Jesus Christ, who demonstrated again and again that true power is not found in controlling others, but in mastering your own heart. And as you reflect on this, you begin to realize that forgiveness is not just something that changes your internal world. It also changes the way you influence the external world, because a person who carries peace into situations of conflict becomes a source of stability, a presence that calms rather than escalates, that heals rather than divides. And this influence, though often quiet and unnoticed, has the power to create lasting impact, shaping relationships, environments, and even entire communities over time. And as you continue forward on this path, you begin to see that your journey of forgiveness is not only about your own healing, but also about the difference you can make in the lives of others, because your strength becomes an example, your peace becomes an invitation, and your ability to forgive becomes a reminder to those around you that there is another way to live, a better way, a way that leads not to more pain, but to greater peace. And in this realization, your journey takes on a deeper meaning, one that goes beyond personal growth and becomes part of something much larger, a reflection of a message that has endured through generations, a message that continues to guide, inspire, and transform, the message of Jesus Christ, who showed the world that forgiveness is not just an act of kindness, but the foundation of true strength, a strength that has the power to change not only your life, but the world around you, one choice, one moment, and one heart at a time. And as this journey continues to unfold within you, you begin to sense a deeper stillness taking root in your heart, a kind of calm that remains even when life around you feels uncertain, because forgiveness has taught you something that nothing else could. That peace is not something you find outside of yourself, but something you choose within yourself, again and again, regardless of circumstances. And this realization changes everything, because it shifts your focus from trying to control what you cannot control to strengthening what you can, your mindset, your response, your perspective. And as you continue to grow in this awareness, you begin to understand that forgiveness is not only about releasing pain, but also about cultivating wisdom, the wisdom to know when to speak and when to remain silent, the wisdom to know when to hold on and when to let go, and the wisdom to recognize that not every battle is meant to be fought, because some battles are only distractions from the life you are meant to build. And as this wisdom develops, you begin to navigate life with greater clarity, making decisions that are not driven by emotion, but guided by understanding. And this allows you to move forward with confidence, even in situations that once would have left you feeling uncertain or overwhelmed. And this confidence is not rooted in pride, but in peace, a quiet assurance that no matter what happens, you have the strength to respond in a way that aligns with who you have chosen to become. And this is where forgiveness reveals one of its most powerful effects. It aligns your actions with your values, creating a sense of integrity that strengthens your character and gives your life a deeper sense of purpose. And as you continue on this path, you begin to notice that your relationships also begin to change, not because others have necessarily changed, but because you have, and this change influences the way you communicate, the way you listen, and the way you connect, allowing you to build relationships that are healthier, more balanced, and more meaningful. And even when certain relationships cannot be restored, you no longer carry the weight of them in the same way because you have found closure within yourself, a closure that does not depend on apologies or explanations, but on your decision to let go. And this freedom becomes one of the greatest gifts of forgiveness because it allows you to move forward without unfinished emotional ties holding you back. And as you reflect once more on the life and message of Jesus Christ, you see this same freedom reflected in his actions, a life that was not bound by resentment, but guided by purpose, a life that was not controlled by opposition, but strengthened through love. And this example continues to guide you, reminding you that forgiveness is not just about what you leave behind, but about what you step into, a life that is no longer limited by the past, but expanded by the possibilities of the future. And as you continue forward, you begin to carry this understanding with you in every area of your life, allowing it to shape your thoughts, your actions, and your direction. And in doing so, you become a living reflection of true strength, a strength that is not measured by how much you can hold on to, but by how much you are willing to release, a strength that does not seek to prove anything to the world, but quietly transforms everything within you. And in that transformation, you discover a life that is not only healed, but deeply aligned with the message and example of Jesus Christ, a message that continues to remind us that forgiveness is not the end of the story, but the beginning of a new one, a story defined not by pain, but by peace, not by loss, but by growth, and not by weakness, but by a strength that endures. And as you continue to walk forward with this renewed sense of clarity and peace, you begin to notice that forgiveness has given you something even deeper than healing. It has given you resilience, the ability to face life's uncertainties without being shaken, the strength to remain steady even when situations do not go as planned. And this resilience becomes one of the most valuable qualities you carry, because it allows you to navigate life with a sense of balance, a sense of calm that is not easily disturbed. And as this resilience grows, you begin to trust yourself more, not in a way that is rooted in ego, but in a way that is grounded in experience, because you have seen what you are capable of overcoming. You have felt the weight of pain and still chosen to rise above it. And that experience becomes a source of confidence, a quiet reminder that no matter what challenges may come, you have the strength to face them with wisdom and grace. And this is where forgiveness begins to shape not just your present, but your entire outlook on life, because you are no longer approaching situations with fear or defensiveness, but with openness and understanding, knowing that even if difficulties arise, you have the ability to respond in a way that protects your peace. And as you continue to live in this way, you begin to see that forgiveness also creates a deeper sense of emotional stability, a steadiness that allows you to remain grounded even when emotions fluctuate, because your decisions are no longer driven solely by how you feel in the moment, but by the values you have chosen to live by. And this alignment between your values and your actions brings a sense of harmony into your life, a feeling that everything is beginning to come together in a way that feels purposeful and intentional. And as this harmony develops, you may begin to notice that your perspective on challenges also begins to shift. Instead of seeing them as obstacles, you begin to see them as opportunities to grow, to apply what you have learned, and to strengthen the mindset you have been developing. And this shift transforms the way you experience life, turning moments that once would have caused stress into moments of growth and self-discovery. And as you reflect once again on the life and teachings of Jesus Christ, you see this same resilience in every part of his journey, a resilience that was not dependent on circumstances, but rooted in purpose, a strength that remained unshaken, even in the face of opposition. And this example continues to guide you, reminding you that true strength is not about avoiding difficulties, but about how you move through them, how you respond to them, and how you allow them to shape you into a stronger, wiser version of yourself. And as you continue forward, you begin to carry this understanding into every area of your life, allowing it to influence your choices, your relationships, and your direction. And in doing so, you create a life that is not only peaceful, but also deeply meaningful, a life that reflects the strength you have built through forgiveness, a strength that is steady, resilient, and enduring. And in that strength, you find a sense of fulfillment that goes beyond temporary success or external validation, a fulfillment that comes from knowing that you are living in alignment with a higher purpose, a purpose that is rooted in love, guided by wisdom, and inspired by the timeless message of Jesus Christ, a message that continues to remind you that forgiveness is not just an act of letting go, but a powerful foundation for a life of strength, peace, and lasting transformation. And as this journey continues to shape you from within, you begin to realize that forgiveness has quietly redefined the way you measure your own growth, because you no longer judge your progress by external achievements or temporary successes, but by the peace you carry, the patience you practice, and the strength you show in moments that once would have overwhelmed you. And this new way of seeing yourself brings a deeper sense of fulfillment, because it is not dependent on comparison or validation from others. It is rooted in an inner transformation that only you truly understand. And as you reflect on how far you have come, you begin to see that the person you are becoming is stronger, calmer, and more grounded than the person you once were. And this realization brings a quiet confidence, a sense of assurance that you are moving in the right direction, even if the journey is not always easy or perfect. And as you continue forward, you also begin to understand that forgiveness does not mean you will never feel hurt again. It does not mean life will suddenly become free of challenges, but it does mean that you are now equipped to handle those challenges differently, with greater awareness, greater control, and greater strength. And this ability to respond, rather than react, becomes one of the most valuable skills you develop, because it allows you to maintain your peace even in situations that are beyond your control. And as this skill becomes more natural, you begin to notice that your emotional world becomes more stable, less reactive, and more aligned with the values you have chosen to live by. And this alignment creates a sense of consistency in your life, a feeling that you are no longer being pulled in different directions by temporary emotions or external pressures, but are instead moving forward with clarity and intention. And as you reflect once again on the life and message of Jesus Christ, you see that this same consistency was present in every aspect of his life, a consistency that came from a deep sense of purpose and an unwavering commitment to love, compassion, and forgiveness. And this example continues to guide you, reminding you that true strength is not found in moments of intensity, but in the consistency of your character, in the daily choices you make, and in the way you continue to show up with patience and grace even when it is difficult. And as you continue to embody this way of living, you begin to notice that your presence itself begins to change, that you carry a sense of calm and steadiness that others can feel, even if they cannot explain it. And this presence becomes a source of strength, not only for you, but for those around you, because it creates an environment where peace is possible, where understanding can grow, and where conflicts can be approached with wisdom rather than emotion. And this is how forgiveness extends beyond your own life, influencing the world around you in ways that are often subtle but deeply impactful. And as you continue on this path, you begin to understand that forgiveness is not just something you practice. It is something that becomes part of who you are, shaping your identity, guiding your actions, and influencing your journey in ways that continue to unfold over time. And in that realization, you discover a truth that brings both peace and purpose, that your strength does not come from what you hold on to, but from what you are willing to release. And in releasing the past, you make space for a future that is not only free from the weight of what once was, but filled with the possibilities of what can be, a future guided by the timeless message of Jesus Christ, a message that continues to remind you that forgiveness is the foundation of true strength, a strength that is quiet, enduring, and capable of transforming every part of your life. There are moments in life when the world grows quiet, not peaceful quiet, but heavy quiet, the kind that settles in your chest late at night, when distractions fade and your thoughts grow louder. In those moments it can feel like you've been forgotten, like your prayers are echoing into nothingness. You look around, and even when people are near, your soul feels distant, disconnected, unseen, and a question rises from deep within. God, are you really there? But what if the silence you fear is not emptiness at all? What if its presence just not the kind you expected? Because the truth is, long before you ever whispered a prayer, before you ever felt lost or broken, God was already near, not watching from a distance, not waiting for you to become perfect, but walking beside you in every unseen moment, in every hidden tear, in every breath you didn't even realize was a gift. Even now, as you sit here listening, you are not alone. We often expect God to show up in loud, undeniable ways, miracles, signs, voices from the sky. But more often, God moves quietly. Like the wind, you don't see it, but you feel it. Like warmth, you don't question it, but it surrounds you. Think back to the times you almost gave up, but didn't. The moments when strength came from nowhere, when peace touched your heart in the middle of chaos. That wasn't coincidence. That was God, closer than you realized. God doesn't always remove the storm. Sometimes he becomes your shelter within it. And even when you couldn't see him, he never lost sight of you. Loneliness is one of the deepest human pains. It's not just being alone, it's feeling unseen, unheard, and unloved. You can be surrounded by people and still feel completely isolated. But here is something powerful to understand. Your loneliness does not mean God's absence. In fact, it's often in your loneliest moments that God is closest. When no one else understands your heart, He does. When no one hears your silent cries, He listens. When you feel forgotten, He remembers every detail about you. You may feel like you're walking alone, but there are footsteps beside yours, you just can't see them yet. God is not afraid of your brokenness. You don't have to hide your pain, your doubts, or your struggles. You don't need perfect words or perfect faith. In fact, some of the most powerful prayers are not spoken at all, they are felt. A tear can be a prayer. A sigh can be a prayer. Even silence can be a prayer. And God hears all of it. He meets you not at your strongest, but at your weakest. Not when you have everything together, but when everything is falling apart. Because that's where His presence shines the brightest. There is a truth that can change everything if you truly hold on to it. God is near even when you don't feel Him. Feelings change. Emotions rise and fall. But God's presence is constant. He is near in your waiting. He is near in your confusion. He is near in your pain. And He is near right now. You are not invisible to Him. You are not forgotten. You are not alone. Sometimes God doesn't shout, He whispers. And in order to hear a whisper, you have to be still. In the noise of life, it's easy to miss His voice. But in the quiet moments when you slow down, when you breathe, when you let your guard down, you may begin to notice something. A peace that doesn't make sense. A comfort you didn't create. A presence you can't explain. That's Him, not distant, not silent, just waiting for you to notice. From the very beginning, you were never meant to carry life on your own. The weight you feel, the struggles you face, those were never meant to break you. God walks with you through all of it. Not just the good days, not just the moments of strength, but especially the hard ones. And even when you feel like you're barely holding on, He is holding you. There are seasons in life when it feels like everyone else is moving forward, while you're standing still. Prayers seem unanswered. Doors remain closed. Days blur into nights and hope feels distant. In those moments, a quiet fear begins to grow. Have I been forgotten? But here is something your heart needs to hear God does not forget. Not your name, not your pain, not your prayers. Even when nothing seems to be changing, something deeper is happening. Just because you can't see movement doesn't mean God isn't working. Some of His greatest works happen beneath the surface, in silence, where roots grow strong before anything ever becomes visible. You are not forgotten. You are being prepared. Waiting is one of the hardest things a person can go through. It stretches your patience, tests your faith, and challenges everything you believe. But waiting is not wasted time. In the waiting, God shapes you. In the waiting, He strengthens you. In the waiting, He draws closer to you. Because sometimes the blessing you're asking for is not just about the destination, it's about who you are becoming along the way. And even when it feels slow, even when it feels unfair, God's timing is never late. There are struggles you carry that no one else knows about. Silent battles, hidden tears, smiles that cover pain. But God sees it all. He sees the effort you put in when no one is watching. He sees the strength it takes just to get through the day. He sees the moments you almost gave up, but didn't, and that matters. You may feel invisible to the world, but you are fully seen by God, and nothing you go through is ever unnoticed. There are days when you don't feel strong enough to keep going. Days when even small things feel overwhelming. Days when your energy is gone and your heart feels tired. But here's the truth. Your strength was never meant to come only from you. God becomes your strength when yours runs out. When you feel weak, He holds you up. When you feel tired, He carries you forward. When you feel empty, He fills you with just enough to take the next step. You don't need to have it all together. You just need to keep going. And you're not going alone. Faith is easy when everything is going well. But real faith, the kind that transforms you, is built in the dark. It's believing even when you don't see. It's trusting even when you don't understand. It's holding on when everything inside you wants to let go. And that kind of faith is powerful, because it means you're not relying on what you see. You're relying on who God is. And God is faithful, even in the silence. No matter what you've been through, no matter what mistakes you've made, no matter how far you feel from God, you are loved. Not because you earned it, not because you're perfect, but because that's who God is. His love doesn't change when you struggle. His love doesn't fade when you doubt. His love doesn't leave when you feel lost. It remains, constant, steady, unshaken, and that love is closer than you think. Darkness can feel overwhelming. It can make everything seem uncertain, heavy, and endless. But darkness has one limitation. It cannot overcome light. And even the smallest light can break the deepest darkness. God is that light in your life. When everything feels unclear, He guides. When everything feels heavy, He lifts. When everything feels lost, He leads you back. You may not see the full path yet, but you don't need to. Just follow the light. Whatever you are going through right now, this is not the end. Your story is still being written. The pain you feel is real, but it is not permanent. The struggle you face is heavy, but it is not final. The chapter you're in is difficult, but it is not the last one. God is still working, and sometimes the hardest chapters lead to the most powerful endings. There are moments when life feels confusing, when nothing seems to add up. You try to understand why things are happening the way they are, but the answers don't come. Doors close without explanation. Plans fall apart. People leave. And you're left standing in the middle of uncertainty, asking, why? But not everything is meant to be understood immediately. Sometimes what feels like a setback is actually protection. Sometimes what feels like a loss is actually redirection. God sees the full picture, you only see a part of it. And even when life doesn't make sense, God still does. Just because you don't see progress doesn't mean nothing is happening. Behind every delay, there is movement. Behind every silence, there is preparation. Behind every closed door, there is a greater plan forming. God often works in ways you cannot see. Like a seed planted in the ground, it looks like nothing is happening. But beneath the surface, life is forming. Growth is happening. Something beautiful is being prepared. And one day what was hidden will become visible. Some of the hardest battles you will ever fight happen in your mind. Negative thoughts, doubt, fear, overthinking, voices that tell you you're not enough, that you'll never make it, that things will never change. But those thoughts are not the truth. God's voice is different. It speaks peace, not fear. It brings hope, not despair. It reminds you of your worth, not your failures. You don't have to believe every thought that crosses your mind. Hold on to truth. Let go of lies. You've made it through things you once thought would break you, moments you never thought you'd survive, days you didn't think you'd get through, pain you didn't think you could handle, and yet you're still here. That's not weakness. That's strength. Even if you don't feel strong, you are. Because strength isn't about never struggling, it's about continuing, even when it's hard. And God has been with you through every step of it. Think back on your life, the hardest moments, the darkest nights, the times when you felt completely alone. You made it through, not by accident, not by luck, but because God was with you even when you didn't realize it. There were times He carried you, when you couldn't walk on your own. Times He protected you, when you didn't even know you were in danger. Times He guided you, when you couldn't see the way. He never left, and He never will. Sometimes the reason you feel overwhelmed is because you're holding on to too much. Pain from the past, fear of the future, control over things you were never meant to carry. But there is freedom in letting go. Let go of what you can't control. Let go of what is hurting you. Let go of what God is asking you to release. Because when you let go, you make room for peace, and God steps into that space. There is a kind of peace that doesn't depend on circumstances. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't follow logic. It doesn't wait for everything to be perfect. It just exists. In the middle of chaos, you feel calm. In the middle of uncertainty, you feel steady. In the middle of pain, you feel comfort. That's not something you create. That's God, a quiet reminder that even when life is unstable, His presence is not. No matter what you've done, no matter how far you feel from God, you are not beyond His reach. There's no mistake too big, no past too broken, no distance too far. God doesn't turn away from you. He moves toward you, even now, even here, even in your current situation. You are not too far gone. Every day is a new chance, a chance to start again, a chance to heal, a chance to grow. Your past does not define your future. What happened yesterday does not control what happens next. God is a God of new beginnings, and no matter where you are in life right now, you can begin again. Right now you might feel tired, discouraged, ready to give up, but you're closer than you think, closer to breakthrough, closer to healing, closer to the answer you've been waiting for. Don't stop now, because sometimes the moment you feel like quitting is the moment right before everything changes. There comes a point in life when everything feels too heavy. The pressure builds, the pain lingers, and your strength feels like it's running out. You try to keep going, but deep inside, a quiet thought whispers, I can't do this anymore. But before you give up, pause. Because this moment, this exact moment, is not the end of your story. It's a turning point. Sometimes the reason it feels so hard is because you've come so far. You've been fighting battles no one else can see. You've been holding on longer than anyone realizes. And even now, you're still here. That means something. God hasn't brought you this far to leave you here. You don't have to explain everything to God. He already knows. He understands the pain you can't put into words. He understands the thoughts you don't share with anyone. He understands the weight you carry every single day, and he doesn't judge you for it. He meets you in it, not with condemnation, but with compassion, not with distance, but with closeness. You are fully known, and still deeply loved. Pain is something we all try to avoid, but sometimes pain has a purpose. It teaches. It shapes. It transforms. The hardest seasons of your life often build the strongest parts of you. What feels like breaking may actually be rebuilding. What feels like ending may actually be beginning. God doesn't waste pain. He uses it. And one day you may look back and realize the very thing that hurt you also changed you for the better. It may feel like everything is on your shoulders, like you have to figure everything out on your own. But you don't. You were never meant to carry life alone. God is with you in every struggle, in every decision, in every step forward. Even when it feels like you're fighting by yourself, you're not. There is strength beside you. Even when you feel weak, there is guidance with you. Even when you feel lost, you are not alone in this battle. Trust is easy when things are going well, but real trust shows up when things are uncertain, when you don't have answers, when you don't see a way forward, when everything feels unclear. That's when trust matters most. Trust is saying, God, I don't understand this, but I believe you do. And that kind of trust opens the door for peace. Not because everything is fixed, but because you know you're not facing it alone. Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is start over. After failure, after disappointment, after loss, it takes courage to try again. But you don't have to do it with fear, because every new beginning comes with new strength. God doesn't expect perfection. He honors effort. And every step you take forward, no matter how small, matters. You don't have to search far to find God. He is not distant. He is not unreachable. He is not waiting for you to become better. He is near, closer than your thoughts, closer than your fears, closer than your breath. Even right now, in this very moment, He is with you. Not someday, not later. Now, there will be times when you don't know what to do next. Moments where you feel unsure, uncertain, stuck. But even in those moments you are being guided. Maybe not with clear signs, maybe not with loud answers, but step by step, a thought, a feeling, a small nudge in your heart. God leads quietly but faithfully, and if you keep moving forward, you will find your way. It's easy to question your purpose, to wonder if your life really matters, if you're making a difference, if there's something more. But your life has meaning, not because of what you achieve, but because of who you are. You were created with intention, with value, with purpose. Even if you don't see it, yet your life matters more than you realize. No matter how dark things feel right now, hope is not gone. It may feel small. It may feel distant. It may feel weak, but it's still there. And even the smallest hope can grow. Hold on to it, because hope is what keeps you moving. Hope is what keeps you believing. Hope is what reminds you that things can change. And with God, there is always hope. There are days when your heart feels heavier than usual. You can't always explain it. Nothing dramatic may have happened. And yet, something inside you feels weighed down. It's in those quiet, heavy moments that you may feel most alone. But even there, God is near. He doesn't need loud words to understand you. He doesn't need perfect prayers to hear you. He feels what you feel, and in ways you may not even notice, He begins to lift the weight little by little. Not all at once, but enough for you to keep going. Not every tear is seen. Some are wiped away quickly so no one notices. Some fall in the silence of the night. Some never fall at all, they stay inside, hidden deep within your heart. But none of them are invisible to God. Every tear matters. Every pain is counted. Every emotion is understood. You don't have to hide from Him, because He already sees you completely and stays anyway. In a world that can feel uncertain, unpredictable, and overwhelming, everyone needs a place of safety, a place where you can rest, a place where you can be yourself, a place where you don't have to pretend. God is that place. You can come to Him with your fears, your doubts, your questions, your pain. No judgment, no rejection, no distance, just presence. A quiet, steady presence that reminds you you are safe here. Whatever you are going through right now, it feels big. It feels overwhelming. It feels like it might last forever. But it won't. Pain changes. Seasons shift. Life moves forward. And even though it's hard to see right now, this moment will not define your entire life. There's more ahead of you. More peace. More clarity. More joy. Just keep going. One step at a time. Growth doesn't always feel good. Sometimes it feels uncomfortable. Sometimes it feels slow. Sometimes it feels like nothing is happening at all. But something is happening. You are becoming stronger. You are becoming wiser. You are becoming more resilient. Even in the struggle, you are growing. And one day you'll look back and see just how far you've come. It's easy to feel frustrated when things don't happen when you want them to. You pray and wait. You hope and wait. You try and wait. But waiting doesn't mean denial. God's timing is not rushed. It's not delayed. It's precise. He sees what you can't. He knows what you don't. He prepares what you're not ready for yet. And when the time is right, things will come together in ways you didn't expect. There is pressure sometimes to figure everything out, to know what comes next, to understand every step, to have a clear plan. But life doesn't always work that way, and that's okay. You don't need to have all the answers. You just need to take the next step. God will guide you one moment at a time, and clarity will come when you need it. There are battles happening in your life that you can see And there are battles happening that you cannot. Things being arranged, paths being cleared, obstacles being removed. God is working in ways you don't even realize, fighting for you, protecting you, making a way even when you can't see one. You are not alone in this. There may be moments when you feel like you're falling apart, like everything is too much, like you're losing control, like you can't hold it all together anymore. But here's the truth. You don't have to hold everything together, because God is holding you. Even when you feel like you're breaking, He is sustaining you. Even when you feel weak, He is keeping you steady. You are not falling apart. You are being held together. Right now may feel like a difficult chapter, but it's not the whole story. There is a new chapter ahead of you, one filled with growth, with healing, with unexpected blessings. You may not see it yet, but it's coming, because God is always working towards something greater in your life. And this moment is part of that journey. One day, you will look back on this season of your life, not with the same pain, not with the same confusion, but with understanding. You'll see how the moments that felt like breaking were actually shaping you, how the delays that frustrated you were protecting you, how the silence that scared you was guiding you, and you'll realize something powerful. God was with you the entire time, even when you didn't feel it, even when you doubted it, even when you questioned everything. He never left. You didn't become strong overnight. It happened slowly, through the hard days, through the silent battles, through the moments you thought you wouldn't make it. And yet you did. There is a strength inside you now that wasn't there before, a quiet resilience, a deeper faith, a stronger heart, and that strength will carry you forward into everything that comes next. There were moments when it felt like everything was too much, like you were going to fall apart, like you couldn't handle the pressure, like you were at your limit, but you didn't break. You bent, you struggled, you felt the weight, but you're still here, because even when you felt like you were at your weakest, God was holding you at your strongest point. Not all miracles are dramatic. Some are quiet. Waking up when you didn't think you had the strength. Finding peace in the middle of chaos. Taking one more step when you wanted to stop. Those are miracles too. Small, but powerful. And they happen every day. God moves in those quiet moments, in ways that often go unnoticed, but never insignificant. After everything, after the struggles, the waiting, the questions, the pain, this truth remains. You are not alone. Not in your hardest moments, not in your darkest nights, not in your uncertain future. You never were. God has been with you, through it all, walking beside you, carrying you when needed, guiding you step by step. Even now, He is near. If you're listening to this at a moment when you feel lost, this is for you. You are going to be okay. Not because life will suddenly become perfect, but because you are not facing it alone. There is strength within you. There is hope ahead of you. There is peace waiting for you. And God is with you, right now, as this journey comes to an end. Carry this with you. When life feels heavy, God is near. When you feel lost, God is guiding you. When you feel weak, God is your strength. When you feel alone, God is with you. Always. Not sometimes. Not only when things are good. Always. So tonight, as you close your eyes, let go of the fear. Let go of the stress. Let go of the weight you've been carrying. You don't have to hold it all anymore, because you are not alone. God is near, in your breath, in your heart, in your life, and He will never leave you. Something has changed. The silence you once feared doesn't feel the same anymore. It's no longer empty. It's no longer heavy. It's no longer something you want to escape. Now it feels calm, because now you understand. Silence was never the absence of God. It was the space where He was closest. Peace doesn't always arrive all at once. Sometimes it grows slowly, in the way you think, in the way you respond, in the way you breathe through difficult moments. You begin to notice something. Things that once overwhelmed you no longer control you. Thoughts that once consumed you no longer define you. That's growth. That's healing. That's God working within you. The struggles are still real. Life hasn't magically become perfect, but your perspective has changed. You no longer see challenges as the end. You see them as part of the journey. You no longer see waiting as wasted time. You see it as preparation. And in that shift, everything begins to feel lighter. One day someone will feel the way you once felt. Lost, alone, overwhelmed. And your story will become their hope. Your experience will remind them they're not alone. Your strength will inspire them to keep going. What you went through wasn't just for you. It became something greater. All along, there was a bigger story unfolding, one you couldn't fully see at the time. Every moment, good and bad, was part of it. Every delay, every struggle, every quiet season. None of it was random. It was all being woven together into something meaningful, something purposeful, something that continues, even now. Even after everything you've learned, the journey isn't over. There are still paths ahead, still decisions to make, still moments of uncertainty. But now you walk differently, not with fear, not with doubt, but with quiet confidence, because you know you are being guided. And now, as everything becomes still once again, there is one final reminder, not loud, not overwhelming, just a quiet whisper in your heart. You are not alone. You never were. You never will be. Soft music begins to rise, slow visuals of sunrise, light breaking through darkness, calm skies, still water. A final voice speaks gently. Wherever you are in life right now, whatever you are facing, whatever you are feeling, remember this. God is near, right now. Pause. Not yesterday, not tomorrow, just this moment. Take a breath. Feel the stillness around you. There is something powerful about being present, about stepping out of the noise of everything else and simply existing here. And in this moment, there is a quiet truth. You are being held, not by circumstances, not by control, but by something greater. God is here, even now. Between every thought, there is a space, a small pause, a quiet gap, and in that space, there is peace. We often rush past it, filling our minds with worry, replaying the past, imagining the future. But if you slow down, if you breathe, if you allow yourself to rest in that space, you may begin to feel something different. Stillness, calm, presence. That's where God meets you, not in the noise, but in the stillness. There is so much pressure in life to move faster, to figure things out quickly, to succeed sooner, to fix everything at once. But you don't have to rush. Your journey is not a race. Healing takes time. Growth takes time. Understanding takes time. And that's okay. God is not in a hurry with your life. He walks with you step by step. Sometimes all you need is a reminder, not a big answer, not a dramatic change, just a simple truth. You are okay, even if things aren't perfect, even if life feels uncertain, even if you don't have everything figured out. You are still okay, because you are not alone. You've been carrying so much, thinking so much, worrying so much, trying so hard. But right now, you can rest. Let your thoughts slow down. Let your shoulders relax. Let your heart breathe. You don't have to solve everything tonight. You don't have to carry everything alone. Just rest. God is with you in this quiet moment. Every storm eventually passes, no matter how intense, no matter how long. And after it does, there is calm, a quiet, peaceful calm that feels different, stronger, clearer, deeper. That calm is coming. Even if you're still in the storm right now, it will not last forever. Hold on. Not everything in life feels safe. The future can feel uncertain. Situations can feel unstable. But in this moment, you are safe. You are breathing. You are here. You are still standing. And God's presence surrounds you even now. Let that truth settle into your heart. Confidence doesn't always have to be loud. Sometimes it's quiet. It doesn't shout. It doesn't demand attention. It simply exists. A calm belief that things will be okay. That belief begins to grow inside you, not because you control everything, but because you trust that you're not alone. Even now, your journey continues, not in a rushed way, not in a pressured way, but in a steady, unfolding way. There is still more ahead of you, more to learn, more to experience, more to become, and you don't have to figure it all out today. Just take the next step. As you listen to these words again and again, let them sink deeper each time. You are not alone. God is near. You are held. You are guided. You are loved. Let this truth stay with you, not just now, but always. And whenever you forget, come back to this moment. Breathe. And remember, you are not alone. Breathe in slowly and breathe out. Again, breathe in and out. Let everything slow down. There is nowhere else you need to be right now. Nothing else you need to solve in this moment. Just breathe, because the very breath in your lungs is a reminder you are still here. And if you are still here, your story is still unfolding. Sometimes the greatest victory is simply making it through the day Not perfectly, not easily, but honestly, you showed up. You kept going. You didn't give up. And that matters more than you think. Even if no one else noticed, God did. There is a strength inside you that doesn't need to prove itself. It's not loud. It's not obvious. But it's there. It's the strength that keeps you moving forward, even when you're tired. The strength that keeps you believing, even when things feel uncertain. You may not always feel it, but it has never left you. You don't always have to be strong. You don't always have to push forward. You don't always have to have the answers. You are allowed to rest, to pause, to breathe, to simply be. Rest is not weakness. It's part of healing, and God meets you there. In that rest, sometimes you may feel like you're too much, too emotional, too sensitive, too complicated. But you're not. Nothing about you is too much for God. Every part of you, your thoughts, your feelings, your struggles, all of it is seen. All of it is understood. All of it is accepted. You don't have to shrink yourself to be worthy. You already are. You don't have to have your whole life figured out. You don't need to know what happens next. Right now, this moment is enough. Just this breath. Just this second. Just this space. Life is not lived all at once. It's lived, moment by moment, and this moment is enough. There are times when you feel like you're walking forward, and there are times when you're being carried, even if you don't realize it. When your strength fades, when your energy is gone, when your heart feels tired, God carries you, quietly, gently, faithfully. You don't always have to move forward on your own. There is so much pressure in life to be better, to do more, to become something greater. But right now, you can let that go. You don't have to prove anything. You don't have to rush your journey. You don't have to carry expectations that don't belong to you. Just be here. And know that is enough. Even in uncertainty, you are held. Even in doubt, you are held. Even in fear, you are held. Nothing you feel removes God's presence. Nothing you go through separates you from Him. You are still held, right now, in this moment. As this continues, as these words repeat, as the music plays softly, let it become something more than just listening. Let it become a feeling, a calm, a peace, a quiet assurance. You are not alone. God is near, and this truth doesn't end here. It stays with you long after this moment. Slow down. You don't have to move so fast. Not everything needs to be figured out today. Not every question needs an answer right now. Life is not chasing you. You are allowed to move gently, to take things one step at a time, to exist without pressure. And in that slowing down, something beautiful happens. You begin to feel again. And in that feeling, you begin to notice God has been here all along. Close your eyes, just for a moment. Notice the quiet within you. Not the thoughts, not the noise, but what's underneath it all. There is a calm place inside you, a still place, a peaceful place. It may be hidden beneath stress or worry, but it's there. And when you reach that place, you'll find something familiar, a presence, gentle, steady, unmoving. That's where God meets you. Sometimes it feels like everyone else is ahead, moving faster, achieving more, living better, and you wonder if you're falling behind. But you're not. Your journey is not meant to look like anyone else's. There is no late. There is no too slow. There is only your path, and your path is unfolding exactly as it needs to. You don't have to hide your feelings, not the sadness, not the confusion, not the fear. You are allowed to feel it all, because feelings are not weaknesses. They are signals. They are expressions. They are part of being human, and God doesn't ask you to ignore them. He meets you in them. What you're carrying, it's heavy. The thoughts, the worries, the responsibilities. It's a lot. But here's something you don't have to forget. You don't have to carry it alone. You can release it, little by little. You can let God hold what you can't. And as you do, the weight begins to feel lighter. Even when it feels slow, even when it feels like nothing is changing, you are still moving forward. Growth is not always visible. Sometimes it happens quietly, inside your thoughts, inside your heart, inside your perspective. And one day, you'll realize you are not where you used to be. No matter where you are right now, there is more ahead, more peace, more clarity, more moments that will make sense of everything you've been through. Your story is not finished. There are still chapters waiting to unfold, and they matter. Right now, just be here. No past, no future, just this moment. Let it hold you. Let the quiet settle in. Let the tension fade away. You don't have to do anything else. Just exist and know that is enough even now. As everything slows, as your thoughts become quieter, as your breathing becomes steady, this truth remains. You are not alone. Not before, not now, not ever. God is still near. These words may repeat. These feelings may return. This calm may come and go. But one thing stays constant: God's presence. Always near, always steady, always with you. So whenever you feel lost again, come back here. Breathe. And remember, you are not alone. You don't need to move yet. You don't need to think about what's next. Just stay here, a little longer, in this calm, in this quiet, in this stillness. There is nothing you need to fix right now, nothing you need to prove. Just being here is enough. And in this moment, without effort, without pressure, you are held. Notice your breath again, in and out, slow and steady. Your breath is constant. Even when your thoughts race, even when your emotions rise, your breath remains. And in that rhythm, there is peace, a reminder that life continues, softly, quietly. And so does God's presence. Whatever you've been holding on to, you can let it go, just for this moment. The worry, the tension, the overthinking, let it soften. You don't have to carry everything right now. You can set it down and rest, and nothing will fall apart because of it. There is no pressure here, no expectations, no deadlines, no comparisons, just space. Space to breathe, space to exist, space to feel at ease. And in that space, you begin to remember. You were never meant to live under constant weight. Even if life feels uncertain, even if things around you feel unstable, right now you are safe. Right here, in this moment, in this breath. Let that truth settle into your body. Let it calm your mind. You are safe, even when thoughts come and go, even when feelings shift. Something remains unchanged, a quiet presence, steady, unmoving, constant. That presence is still here. It hasn't left. It won't leave. You've been trying so hard to understand, to fix things, to move forward. But right now, you don't have to try. You don't have to push. You can simply be. And even in just being, you are enough. Feel the calm. Let it move through your body, from your mind to your shoulders, to your chest, to your breath. Let everything soften. There is no rush, no urgency, just calm, even in this deep quiet, even in this still moment, even without words. You are not alone. God is here, not distant, not hidden, but present, right here with you. This moment can continue as long as you need. There is no ending here, only stillness, only calm, only presence. And whenever you return, this will still be here, waiting for you, reminding you, you are not alone. Right now, nothing is required of you. You don't need to solve anything. You don't need to decide anything. You don't need to become anything. Just be. Let this moment exist, exactly as it is, and allow yourself to exist within it, without pressure. There is a quiet stillness here. It doesn't demand anything. It doesn't rush you. It simply exists. And in that stillness, there is peace. You don't need more than this moment. This moment is enough. As the night slowly falls and the world begins to quiet down, there is a sacred moment that many people overlook, a moment between the noise of the day and the stillness of sleep. It is in this moment, when the lights dim and distractions fade, that your soul begins to speak louder than your thoughts. This is the hour when heaven feels closest, when your heart is most open, and when prayer becomes more than just words, it becomes a connection. Before you sleep tonight, pause, not because you have to, but because your spirit needs it. There are battles you fought today that no one saw, burdens you carried that no one understands, and silent prayers that never left your lips. But God saw it all. The night is not just a time to rest your body. It is a time to surrender your worries. Many people go to bed with heavy hearts, replaying mistakes, worrying about tomorrow, and carrying anxiety into their sleep. But what if you could release all of that? What if, before your head touches the pillow, you placed every fear, every regret, and every doubt into God's hands? Prayer before sleep is not a ritual, it is a release. It is the moment you say, God, I cannot carry this anymore. I trust you. Think about this. When a child is afraid at night, they call out for their parent, and instantly they feel safe. In the same way, when you call out to Jesus, you are not alone in your darkness. The presence of God brings peace that the world cannot give. You may not see Him, but you will feel Him. You will feel your heart beat slow, your mind calm, and your spirit settle into a peace that goes beyond understanding. Tonight, as you prepare to sleep, let your prayer begin with gratitude. Not because everything was perfect, but because God was present through it all. Even in your struggles, He was guiding you. Even in your pain, He was strengthening you. Say, "Thank you, Lord, for this day, for every blessing I noticed and every blessing I missed." Gratitude shifts your focus from what went wrong to what God is doing behind the scenes. Now move into surrender. There are things you cannot control, no matter how much you worry. Tomorrow is unknown, but it is not uncertain for God. Place your future in His hands. Say, "Lord, I give you my tomorrow." I trust that you are already there, preparing a way. When you surrender, you are not losing control, you are giving it to the one who holds the universe. As your eyes grow heavy, begin to let go of fear. Fear often grows stronger at night because the world is quiet and your thoughts become louder. But remember this, darkness does not mean God is absent. In fact, some of the greatest encounters with God happen in the stillness of the night. The Bible reminds us that God neither slumbers nor sleeps. While you rest, He is watching over you. Imagine this. As you fall asleep, God is working on your behalf. He is aligning things you cannot see, opening doors you did not even know existed, and protecting you from dangers you never noticed. Your sleep is not wasted time, it is sacred time where God restores your strength and renews your spirit. Now let your prayer become personal. Speak to God as you would to someone who loves you deeply, because He does. Tell Him what is on your heart. If you are tired, say it. If you are hurting, express it. If you are grateful, celebrate it. God does not need perfect words, He desires an honest heart. As you continue, ask for peace. Not the temporary peace that depends on circumstances, but the deep, unshakable peace that only God can give. Say, "Lord, calm my mind. Remove every anxious thought. Fill my heart with your peace." And as you say this, breathe slowly, letting each breath carry away stress and bring in calm. Now release forgiveness. Do not go to sleep holding on to anger or bitterness. These are heavy burdens that steal your rest. Forgive those who hurt you not because they deserve it, but because you deserve peace. Say, "Lord, I choose to forgive. Heal my heart and free my spirit." Forgiveness is not weakness. It is freedom. As the night deepens, ask God for protection, not just for yourself, but for your loved ones. Say, "Lord, watch over my family. Surround us with your angels. Keep us safe through the night." There is comfort in knowing that you are not alone, that there is a divine presence guarding you even as you sleep. And now let go completely. Let go of the need to figure everything out. Let go of the pressure to have all the answers. Trust that God is in control. Your job is not to solve everything tonight. Your job is to rest in His presence. As your body relaxes, imagine yourself placing every burden at the feet of Jesus. One by one, lay them down. Your worries, your fears, your regrets, leave them there. You do not need to pick them up again. Finally, end your prayer with faith. Say, "Lord, I trust you. No matter what tomorrow brings, I know you are with me, and let those words carry you into sleep. Because when you sleep in faith, you wake up in strength. As the night grows deeper and silence wraps itself around the world, there is a different kind of conversation that begins. Within you, a quiet dialogue between your heart and your soul. It is in this stillness that the things you ignored during the day begin to surface. The worries you pushed aside, the pain you tried to hide, the questions you never answered, they all return, gently knocking at the door of your mind. But tonight is not a night to run from them. Tonight is a night to bring them to God. Before you sleep, understand this truth. You were never meant to carry everything on your own. Many people go through life pretending to be strong, holding everything together on the outside, while slowly breaking on the inside. But God does not ask you to pretend. He invites you to come as you are tired, overwhelmed, uncertain, and even afraid, because it is not in your strength that God moves most powerfully. It is in your surrender. Think about how often you try to fix everything yourself. You analyze every situation, you replay conversations, you imagine different outcomes, and still peace escapes you. That is because peace is not found in control, it is found in trust. And tonight, God is calling you to trust Him in a deeper way. As you lay in your bed, let your prayer begin with honesty. Say, Lord, I am tired. Not just physically tired, but tired in your soul. Tired of trying to be enough, tired of carrying expectations, tired of fighting battles that seem to have no end. And as you say those words, feel the weight begin to lift, because you are no longer holding it alone. There are wounds in your heart that no one else can see. Words that hurt you, moments that changed you, disappointments that stayed with you longer than they should have. You may have learned to live with them, but that does not mean they are healed. Tonight, bring those wounds into the presence of God. Say, Lord, heal what I cannot heal myself, and trust that even if the healing is not instant, it has already begun. Now, let your thoughts move toward the things that are out of your control. Tomorrow, next week, your future, so many unknowns that create anxiety within you. But remember this, God is already in your tomorrow. He has seen every step you will take, every decision you will make, every challenge you will face. And He is not surprised. So why carry fear about a future that God has already prepared for? Release that fear now. Say, Lord, I trust your plan, even when I don't understand it, because faith is not about having all the answers. It is about believing that God does. As your breathing slows, begin to feel the presence of peace entering your heart. Not because your problems have disappeared, but because you have placed them in the right hands. There is a difference between sleeping with problems and sleeping with peace. Tonight you choose peace. Now, let us talk about the thoughts that keep you awake. The what-ifs, the regrets, the moments you wish you could change. These thoughts can become chains that keep your mind restless. But God does not want you to live in regret. He is a God of new beginnings. Every night is an opportunity to reset, to release the past, and to step into grace. Say, Lord, I release my past. I accept your forgiveness, because once God forgives you, there is no reason to keep holding on to what He has already let go of. And now think about the people in your life. Some brought you joy, others brought you pain. Some stayed, others left. But every person played a role in your journey. Tonight, release them all to God. Do not carry bitterness into your sleep. Bitterness is heavy, and it steals your peace. Instead, choose freedom. Say, Lord, I let go of every hurt. I forgive, and I move forward. This is not about them, it is about your peace. As the night continues, shift your focus to God's protection. The world may feel uncertain, but God is constant. While you sleep, He watches over you. While you rest, He guards your heart. You are not vulnerable, you are covered. Imagine a gentle light surrounding you, filling your room with calm and safety. This is the presence of God. You are not alone in this moment. You are being watched over, protected, and loved. Now, speak life over your tomorrow. Even though you do not know what it holds, you can declare faith over it. Say, tomorrow will be guided by you, Lord. I will walk in your strength, not my fear, because what you speak in faith shapes how you rise in the morning. As your body begins to fully relax, let go of every remaining tension. Release it from your shoulders, your mind, your heart. Let your breathing become slow and steady. With every breath, feel yourself drifting deeper into peace. And as sleep gently approaches, remember this. You are not ending your day. You are placing it in God's hands. Every moment, every thought, every emotion, you have surrendered it all. Now rest. Not just physically, but spiritually. Rest in the assurance that God is with you. Rest in the confidence that you are cared for. Rest in the peace that passes all understanding. Because when you truly surrender your night to God, you don't just sleep, you are restored. There is something about the night that reveals what the day tries to hide. When the noise fades and the distractions disappear, you are left alone with your thoughts. And sometimes those thoughts can feel overwhelming. Questions without answers, fears without solutions, and emotions without clarity. But tonight, you are not here to be consumed by your thoughts. You are here to be comforted by God. Because even in your darkest moments, God has never left you. There were times today when you smiled on the outside but felt heavy inside. Moments when you kept going, even though you were tired. Times when you wanted to give up, but something inside you told you to keep moving forward. That something was not just strength. It was God carrying you when you didn't even realize it. And now, as you prepare to sleep, God is inviting you into something deeper than rest. He is inviting you into trust. Not the kind of trust that depends on circumstances, but the kind of trust that remains steady even when everything feels uncertain. Because real faith is not built in comfort. It is built in moments like this, when you don't have all the answers, but you choose to believe anyway. As you lie still, let your heart speak honestly again. Say, Lord, I don't understand everything that's happening in my life right now, and that's okay. You don't need to understand everything to trust God. You just need to know who He is. God is not distant. He is not unaware of your struggles. He is present in your silence, in your thoughts, in this very moment. And He is working in ways you cannot yet see. Think about the times in your life when things didn't make sense at first, but later you realized they were part of something greater. That is how God works. He sees the full picture while you only see a small part. So tonight, instead of asking, why is this happening? Try saying, Lord, I trust that you are doing something good. because even in the darkness, God is creating light. Now, let your prayer shift into surrendering control again, but this time, go deeper. There are things you've been holding on to tightly, things you are afraid to release because you don't know what will happen if you do. But holding on is what's exhausting you. Let go. Say, Lord, I release everything I've been trying to control, and feel that moment. Feel the freedom in those words. You don't have to figure everything out tonight. You don't have to solve every problem. You don't have to carry every burden. God is already holding it for you. Now, let's talk about fear. Fear often feels strongest at night because there is nothing to distract you from it. It whispers doubts, creates scenarios, and fills your mind with uncertainty. But fear is not your truth. God's promises are. So tonight, replace fear with faith. Say, Lord, I will not let fear control my thoughts. I choose to trust you. And as you say this, imagine every fearful thought fading away, replaced by a calm assurance that God is in control. Remember, darkness is not the absence of God. It is simply the place where His light shines the brightest. As your mind begins to quiet, focus on God's presence. You don't need to see Him to know He is there. His peace is the evidence. His comfort is the proof. The way your heart begins to settle, that is Him. Stay in that feeling for a moment. This is what it means to rest in God. Now, think about your purpose. Even if you don't fully understand it yet, know this. Your life has meaning. Every experience, every struggle, every victory, it is all shaping you into who you are meant to become. God does not waste anything. The pain you went through is not meaningless. The delays you experienced are not mistakes. The doors that closed were not the end. They were redirections, preparations, and protections. So tonight, thank God not just for the good moments, but for the difficult ones too. Say, Lord, thank you for everything you are doing in my life, even the things I don't understand yet, because faith grows stronger when gratitude goes deeper. Now, as sleep gets closer, begin to speak peace over your mind one last time. Say, Lord, fill my thoughts with calm. Remove every worry, every doubt, every fear, and allow those words to settle within you. Let your breathing become slower, deeper, more relaxed. With every breath in, receive peace. With every breath out, release stress. Now, picture yourself completely surrounded by God's presence, safe, calm, protected. There is nothing you need to fear in this moment. You are exactly where you need to be. And as you drift closer to sleep, remember this truth. You are not alone in your journey. You are not forgotten. You are not without purpose. God is with you right now in this quiet moment. And while you sleep, He will continue working in your life. So rest. Rest in His promises. Rest in His presence. Rest in His peace. Because when you trust God in the darkness, you begin to see light even with your eyes closed. As the night reaches its deepest stillness, something sacred begins to unfold within you. This is more than just another moment before sleep. This is a moment of healing. A moment where the noise of the world has finally faded enough for your heart to be heard. And tonight your heart is not ignored. It is invited into the presence of God. There are wounds you carry that words have never fully expressed. Pain that time did not erase, memories that still echo, and emotions that you buried just to keep moving forward. You learned how to survive, how to smile through struggle, how to keep going even when you felt broken inside. But God did not create you just to survive. He created you to be whole. And wholeness begins here, in surrender. As you lie quietly, allow yourself to feel what you've been avoiding, not to dwell in it, but to release it. Because healing does not come from ignoring pain. It comes from bringing it into the light. And God's presence is that light. Say softly, Lord, I bring you my pain, not the version you show the world, but the real one, the one you feel when you are alone. The hurt, the disappointment, the loneliness, the moments that changed you. Place them before Him, and as you do, understand this, God is not distant from your pain. He is near to it. He sees every tear you didn't show, every silent cry, every moment you felt like giving up, and He has been with you through it all. Now let your prayer become a prayer for healing. Say, Lord, heal my heart, not just the obvious wounds, but the hidden ones too, the ones that still affect your thoughts, your choices, your peace. Healing is not weakness, it is restoration. It is God rebuilding what life tried to break. As you continue, feel a sense of release begin to take place. Slowly, gently, the weight you've been carrying starts to lift. Not all at once, but enough for you to breathe easier. Enough for you to feel hope again. Now, let's talk about the lies you may have believed. Sometimes pain whispers things that are not true. It tells you that you are not enough, that you are forgotten, that you are too broken to be used by God. But those are not God's words. Tonight, replace those lies with truth. Say, Lord, remind me who I am in you, because you are not defined by your past. You are not limited by your mistakes. You are not disqualified by your struggles. You are chosen. You are loved. You are being restored. Let those truths settle into your heart. Now, bring your attention to forgiveness again, but this time go deeper. There may be people you have already tried to forgive, but the pain still lingers. That's okay. Forgiveness is not always a one-time decision. Sometimes it is a process. Say, Lord, help me forgive completely, not just with your words, but with your heart. And also forgive yourself for the mistakes you regret, for the choices you wish you could change, for the times you fell short. Say, Lord, I forgive myself because God has already offered you grace. You just need to receive it. As this moment continues, feel the peace of God filling the empty spaces where pain once lived. This is not just emotional relief, this is spiritual renewal. God is restoring your strength, renewing your mind, and refreshing your soul. Now, shift your focus to rest. True rest is not just physical, it is spiritual. It is the ability to lie down without worry, to close your eyes without fear, to sleep without carrying the weight of the world. And that kind of rest comes from trust. Say, Lord, I rest in you. Let those words become real. Let your body relax completely. Release tension from your shoulders, your mind, your heart. You don't need to hold anything anymore. As you drift deeper into this peaceful state, imagine yourself in a place of complete calm. A place where there is no fear, no stress, no pain, only peace. This is the kind of rest God offers you. And now speak protection over your night once more. Say, Lord, cover me with your peace. Guard my thoughts. Protect my rest, because even in your sleep, God is working. He is restoring your energy. He is renewing your mind. He is strengthening your spirit. You may not feel it immediately, but when you wake up, something will be different. There will be a quiet strength within you, a calm confidence, a renewed sense of hope. Because God does not just give you rest, He gives you renewal. And as sleep finally takes over, remember this: you are not broken beyond repair. You are not too far gone. You are not alone in your healing. God is with you, restoring you, strengthening you, loving you. So close your eyes and let His presence heal you completely. As the night continues and your body begins to fully surrender to rest, your spirit remains awake in a different way, more aware, more open, more connected. This is the moment where faith becomes more than just a belief. It becomes a decision. Because faith is not about what you see, it is about what you choose to believe, even when you cannot see anything at all. There are moments in life when the path ahead feels unclear. You don't know what's coming next. You don't know how things will work out. And sometimes that uncertainty creates fear. But tonight, God is inviting you to shift your perspective. Instead of focusing on what you cannot see, focus on who is leading you. Because when God is leading your life, you are never truly lost. As you rest quietly, let your prayer begin to align with faith. Say, Lord, even when I cannot see the way, I trust that you're guiding. These words are powerful, not because they change your circumstances instantly, but because they change your heart. Faith does not remove uncertainty, but it removes fear from uncertainty. Think about the times when things didn't go as planned. The delays, the closed doors, the unexpected changes. At the time, it may have felt like everything was falling apart. But looking back, you may realize that those moments were actually guiding you toward something better. That is the nature of God's plan. It does not always make sense in the moment, but it is always working for your good. Tonight, release the need to understand everything. You don't need to have all the answers. You just need to trust the one who does. Say, Lord, I trust your timing, because timing is often where faith is tested the most. Waiting can feel uncomfortable. It can feel like nothing is happening. But in reality, God is always working behind the scenes. While you are waiting, God is preparing. While you are resting, God is arranging. While you are unsure, God is certain. Now, bring your focus to purpose. You were not created by accident. Your life is not random. There is a purpose being shaped within you, even through the challenges you face. Every experience, every lesson, every moment, it is all part of something greater. Say, Lord, help me walk in my purpose, even if you don't fully understand what that purpose is yet. Trust that God is leading you toward it, step by step. Purpose is not always revealed all at once. Sometimes it is discovered in small moments of obedience, in quiet acts of faith and daily trust. As your mind begins to settle even more, reflect on this truth. You don't have to rush your life. The pressure to figure everything out, to achieve everything quickly, to compare yourself to others, it all fades in the presence of God, because God's plan for you is not a race, it is a journey, and every step matters. Now, let your prayer become one of alignment. Say, Lord, Align my heart with your will. This is where true peace is found, not in getting everything you want, but in trusting what God wants for you, because His plan is always greater than your expectations. As the stillness deepens, allow yourself to fully rest in this truth. You are exactly where you need to be right now. Even if it doesn't feel perfect, even if it doesn't make sense, even if it feels incomplete, God is still working. Nothing is wasted. Now let go of comparison. Sometimes you look at others and wonder why their lives seem clearer, easier, or more successful. But your journey is unique. God is writing a different story for you. Say, Lord, help me trust my journey, because comparison steals peace, but trust restores it. As you move closer to sleep, speak confidence over your future. Say, my future is in God's hands, and believe it. Let that truth calm every anxious thought, every doubt, every fear, because when your future is in God's hands, it is secure. Now take a deep breath, and with that breath, release every remaining worry about tomorrow. You don't need to carry it into your sleep. You don't need to solve it tonight. You don't need to understand it right now. Just rest. Rest in faith. Rest in trust. Rest in the assurance that God is in control. As your eyes grow heavier and your body becomes still, remember this. Faith is not just something you speak, it is something you live. And tonight, you are living it. By choosing to trust God, even when you cannot see what lies ahead. So sleep peacefully, because the same God who watched over you today will guide you tomorrow. As the night continues to unfold and the world rests in silence, there is a powerful truth that many forget, but tonight you will remember it clearly. You are not alone, and you are not unprotected. Even in the quiet darkness, there is a divine presence surrounding you, watching over you, guarding you in ways you cannot see. There is something deeply comforting about knowing that while you sleep, God remains awake. You may close your eyes, but He never does. You may rest, but He continues to work. This is not just a comforting thought, it is a promise. Throughout your life, there have been moments when you were protected without even realizing it. Situations that could have gone wrong, but didn't. Paths you almost took, but somehow avoided. Dangers you never saw because God was already there, shielding you. Tonight, as you prepare to sleep, let that truth settle into your heart. Say, Lord, thank you for protecting me, even when I didn't know it. Because protection is not always visible, but it is always present. Now, let your prayer become intentional. Speak protection, not just as a hope, but as a declaration of faith. Say, Lord, cover me with your presence tonight. Surround me with your peace. Let no fear, no harm, no darkness come near me. Feel the power in those words. This is not fear speaking. This is faith standing firm. As your body relaxes further, imagine a calm, radiant light surrounding you. Not harsh, not overwhelming, but gentle, warm, and steady. This light represents God's presence. It fills your room, your mind, your heart. Nothing can disturb what God is protecting. Now let go of the hidden fears you may still be holding. Sometimes fear does not appear loudly, it shows up quietly. As worry, as uneasiness, as a feeling you cannot fully explain. But even those small fears matter. Bring them to God. Say, Lord, I give you every fear, even the ones I don't understand. because God does not need you to explain your fear. He only asks you to trust Him with it. And as you release those fears, notice how your mind begins to calm. The thoughts that once felt overwhelming start to lose their power. This is what happens when faith replaces fear. Now reflect on this truth. Fear tries to convince you that you are vulnerable, but God reminds you that you are covered. Fear tells you to stay alert, to worry, to expect the worst. But God invites you to rest, to trust, to expect His goodness. Tonight, choose which voice you will listen to. Choose faith. As you continue in this moment of stillness, begin to speak peace over your environment. Say, Lord, let your peace fill this place. Not just your mind, but your entire space. Let your room become a place of calm, a place of rest, a place where anxiety cannot stay. Because where God's presence is, peace follows. There is a deep sense of comfort in knowing that the same God who is watching over you is also watching over those you love. You are all under His care. As your breathing becomes slower and deeper, let your body fully relax. Release any remaining tension. Let your shoulders drop. Let your mind quiet completely. You don't need to stay alert. You don't need to keep thinking. You don't need to hold anything anymore. God is already handling it. Now, as sleep begins to gently take over, remember this. You are safe. You are covered. You are protected. Not because of your strength, but because of God's presence. And even in the middle of the night, if you wake up for a moment, do not let your mind return to worry. Instead, return to this truth. God is still there. He has not left. He has not forgotten. He is still watching over you. So rest deeply. Rest without fear. Rest without anxiety. Rest in complete trust. Because tonight you are not just sleeping. You are being guarded by the presence of God. As the night stretches on and silence settles even deeper, there is a hidden battle that many people face, a battle not seen by others, but felt intensely within. It is the battle of the mind. The constant flow of thoughts, the endless what-ifs, the quiet anxiety that refuses to let you fully rest. But tonight, this is where that battle begins to end. Because peace is not something you chase. It is something you receive. And right now, God is inviting you to receive it. There are moments when your mind feels too loud, when your thoughts race faster than your heart can handle. You try to calm yourself, to distract yourself, to reason with your thoughts, but they keep coming back. This is what anxiety does. It keeps you stuck in a cycle of worry about things that may never even happen. But here is the truth you need to hear tonight. You don't have to believe every thought you think. Not every thought is truth. Not every fear is real. And not every worry deserves your attention. So right now, begin to separate yourself from those thoughts. Instead of becoming them, observe them, and then release them. Say, Lord, take control of my thoughts, because your mind was never meant to carry this much weight alone. As you say those words, imagine your thoughts slowing down, like waves that were once crashing violently, now becoming calm, steady, and gentle. This is what happens when you surrender your mind to God. Now, let's address the root of anxiety. Often, anxiety comes from trying to control what is uncertain. The future, outcomes, situations, people you want clarity, but instead you feel overwhelmed. But peace does not come from controlling the future. It comes from trusting the one who holds it. So tonight, release control again, but this time specifically over your thoughts about tomorrow. Say, Lord, I give you my worries about the future. Every question, every doubt, every fear, place them in His hands. You don't need to carry tomorrow into tonight. Now, begin to replace worry with truth. When your mind says, what if something goes wrong? Answer it with, God is with me, no matter what happens. When your thoughts say, I'm not ready, answer with, God will strengthen me. When fear whispers, you might fail, answer with, God will guide me. This is how you take back control, not by fighting your thoughts alone, but by replacing them with faith. As your mind begins to quiet, focus on your breathing. Slow, deep, steady. With every breath in, receive peace. With every breath out, release anxiety. Feel your body responding. Your heart rate slows. Your muscles relax. Your mind becomes still. This is not just physical, it is spiritual. God's peace is entering you. As the night gently carries you closer to deep rest, there's one final shift that transforms everything within you. Shift from worry to gratitude. Because no matter what kind of day you had, no matter what you faced or felt, there is always something powerful about ending your day with a thankful heart. Gratitude is more than just saying thank you. It is a perspective. It is choosing to see God's presence even in the smallest details. And tonight, as you prepare to sleep, God is inviting you to reflect not on what went wrong, but on what was still good. Think about your day. There were moments you may have overlooked, simple, quiet blessings that passed by unnoticed. A breath you took without thinking. A moment of peace in the middle of chaos. A situation that could have gone worse but didn't. These are not coincidences. These are signs of God's presence in your life. So now begin your prayer with gratitude. Say, Lord, thank you for this day. Even if it wasn't perfect, even if it was difficult, even if you felt tired, there is still something to be thankful for. Because God was with you through it all. Gratitude changes your focus. Instead of dwelling on problems, it reminds you of God's faithfulness. Instead of magnifying stress, it magnifies His goodness. And as your heart begins to fill with thankfulness, something shifts within you. You begin to feel lighter, calmer, more at peace. Now go deeper. Say, Lord, thank you for the blessings I didn't even notice. Because there are countless things God does for you every single day that you may never see. Protection you didn't realize. Opportunities you didn't recognize. Strength you didn't acknowledge. God has been working in your life in ways you don't fully understand. And tonight you choose to trust that. As you continue, begin to thank God not just for what He has done, but for what He is about to do. Say, Lord, thank you for what is coming. This is where gratitude becomes faith. You are thanking God in advance, believing that He is already preparing something good for your life. Because God's blessings are not limited to your past, they are part of your future. Now, let your heart rest in this truth. You are blessed, not because everything is perfect, but because God is present. And His presence is the greatest blessing of all. Take a moment to truly feel that. Feel the calm. Feel the peace. Feel the quiet joy that comes from knowing you are cared for. Now, let gratitude extend beyond yourself. Think about the people in your life, your family, your friends, those who have supported you, and even those who have challenged you. Each of them has played a role in your journey. Say, Lord, thank you for the people in my life, because even the difficult relationships have taught you something, strengthened you, and helped shape who you are today. Gratitude brings healing to relationships. It softens your heart and replaces resentment with understanding. As your spirit continues to settle into this peaceful state, begin to declare blessings over your life. Say, Lord, let your favor rest upon me, not out of pride, but out of trust, because God delights in blessing those who seek Him, those who trust Him, those who walk in faith. Now, imagine your life filled with God's favor, doors opening, opportunities appearing, peace surrounding you, strength guiding you. This is not wishful thinking, this is faith. And faith has power. As you prepare to drift into sleep, let gratitude be the final emotion you carry into the night. Not worry, not fear, not regret, gratitude. Because when you sleep with a thankful heart, you wake up with a renewed spirit. Now take a deep breath, and with that breath, say one final prayer. Lord, thank you for everything. Thank you for today. Thank you for tomorrow. Thank you for always being with me. Let those words echo softly in your heart. And as your body fully relaxes and your mind becomes completely still, remember this. You are blessed. You are loved. You are held in God's hands. So rest peacefully tonight, knowing that your life is filled with His goodness. As the night continues and your body rests deeply, something powerful is quietly taking place within you. While your eyes are closed and your mind is at peace, God is working in ways you cannot see. This is not just sleep, this is renewal. Because every night is more than an ending. It is preparation for a new beginning. There is a reason why mornings feel different after a peaceful night. It's not just physical rest, it's spiritual restoration. When you surrender your night to God, you don't just wake up with energy. You wake up with strength. Tonight, as you sleep, God is restoring everything that was drained from you during the day. The energy you lost, He is renewing it. The peace that was shaken, He is restoring it. The strength you thought you didn't have, He is rebuilding it. You may not feel it immediately, but something within you is being made new. Now, as you rest in this moment, let your heart begin to look forward, not with worry, but with expectation. Because tomorrow is not something to fear, it is something to step into with faith. Say softly, Lord, prepare me for tomorrow. Not just physically, but mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. Ask God to shape your thoughts, align your heart, and strengthen your spirit for what lies ahead. Because when God prepares you, you are ready for anything. Think about this. No matter what tomorrow brings, you will not face it alone. The same God who walked with you today will walk with you again. The same strength that carried you through will carry you forward. So instead of asking, what if I can't handle tomorrow? Begin to say, with God I can handle anything. This is where confidence is born, not in your ability, but in God's presence within you. Now, let go of any remaining doubt about your future. Sometimes you may feel uncertain about where your life is going. You may question your direction, your purpose, your next step. But tonight, release that uncertainty into God's hands. Say, Lord, lead me in the right direction. You don't need to see the whole path. You just need to trust the next step. And God will guide you. As your body continues to rest, imagine yourself waking up tomorrow with a renewed sense of clarity. Your mind is calm. Your heart is steady. Your spirit is strong. You are not carrying yesterday's burdens anymore, because you left them with God. Now speak life over your morning. Say, tomorrow will be a good day, not because everything will be perfect, but because God will be with you in every moment, and His presence is what makes any day meaningful. Now reflect on how far you've come. There were days you didn't think you would make it through, nights when you felt overwhelmed, unsure, or even lost. But you are still here. That is not by accident. That is grace. God has carried you through more than you realize. And if He has brought you this far, He is not going to leave you now. So as you sleep tonight, sleep with confidence. Confidence that you are growing. Confidence that you are healing. Confidence that you are moving forward, even when it feels slow. Because progress with God is not always visible, but it is always happening. Now, let your prayer become one of renewal. Say, Lord, renew my strength. Let Him refresh every part of you. Your thoughts, your emotions, your energy. Let Him replace exhaustion with vitality, confusion with clarity, weakness with strength. And as you say this, feel a quiet strength beginning to rise within you. This is not your strength alone. This is God strengthening you from within. As sleep takes you deeper, remember this truth. You are not waking up tomorrow as the same person. You are waking up stronger, wiser, more peaceful, more aligned with God's purpose. Because every night you surrender to God, you wake up transformed. So rest now. Rest in the renewal that is taking place. Rest in the strength that is being restored. Rest in the confidence that tomorrow is already in God's hands. And when you open your eyes in the morning, you will rise not with fear, but with faith. As this night reaches its quiet conclusion, there is one final truth that God wants you to carry into your sleep, and into every tomorrow that follows. You are never alone, not in your struggles, not in your thoughts, not even in your silence. God has been with you through every moment of this day, and He will remain with you through every moment of your life. Right now, as you lie still, there is no need to rush, no need to think ahead, no need to carry anything else. This moment is sacred. This moment is yours and God's. So take a deep breath and let everything go. Let go of the need to understand everything. Let go of the pressure to have it all figured out. Let go of the weight you've been carrying for too long. Because tonight you are not holding your life together. God is. Now let this final prayer come from the deepest part of your heart. Say, Lord, I come before you with a grateful heart. Thank you for walking with me through this day. Thank you for giving me strength when I felt weak, peace when I felt overwhelmed, and hope when I felt uncertain. Tonight I surrender everything to you, every worry, every fear, every doubt. I place it all in your hands. Heal my heart, Lord. Restore my mind. Renew my strength. Forgive me for my mistakes, and help me to forgive others, so that I may sleep with a peaceful heart. Protect me through this night. Watch over my loved ones. Surround us with your presence. Fill my mind with calm, my heart with peace, and my soul with rest. And as I sleep, Lord, work in my life in ways I cannot see. Prepare me for tomorrow, guide my steps, and lead me closer to your purpose. I trust you completely. In your presence I find peace. In your love I find rest. In your plan I find hope. Thank you for everything. Amen. Let those words settle gently into your spirit. There is nothing more you need to say, nothing more you need to do. Just rest. Rest in the love of God. Rest in the peace that surrounds you. Rest in the assurance that everything is in His hands. As sleep fully takes over, remember this final truth. You are deeply loved. You are fully known. You are completely cared for. And no matter what tomorrow brings, God will be there. As the screen slowly fades to darkness and soft music continues to play, let these final words echo gently. Sleep in peace tonight, for God is watching over you. Lay down your burdens, for He is carrying them. Close your eyes without fear, for you are safe in His presence. And when morning comes, rise with faith, walk with purpose, and live knowing God is always with you. As the night continues beyond what you can measure, there is a deeper level of stillness that begins to take over, not just around you, but within you. This is the place where thoughts no longer rush, where emotions no longer overwhelm, and where your spirit begins to rest fully in the presence of God. This is not ordinary rest. This is sacred stillness. In this moment, you are not striving, not thinking ahead, not holding on to anything. You are simply being. And in that stillness, God meets you in the most gentle and powerful way. There is no pressure here, no expectations, no noise, just peace. As you lie quietly, imagine yourself resting in a place where nothing can disturb you, a place filled with calm, surrounded by warmth, covered in light. This is what it means to dwell in God's presence, not just to visit it for a moment, but to remain in it. Say softly, Lord, let me dwell in your presence, not just tonight, but every day of your life. Because everything changes when you live from a place of peace instead of pressure. Now, let your mind completely release all remaining thoughts, even the good ones, even the plans, even the ideas. You don't need to hold on to anything right now. Just rest, because in God's presence, you are already enough. There is nothing you need to prove, nothing you need to fix, nothing you need to figure out. You are accepted just as you are. As your breathing becomes slow and steady, feel yourself sinking deeper into this peaceful state. Your body is fully relaxed. Your mind is completely calm. Your heart is at ease. This is what true surrender feels like. Now reflect on this truth. God is not waiting for you to be perfect. He is simply waiting for you to come close. And tonight, you have done that. You have come close, not through perfection, but through honesty, through surrender, through faith. And that is enough. As this peaceful moment continues, let your heart begin to absorb God's love, not as an idea, but as a feeling, a deep, quiet assurance that you are loved beyond measure. You don't have to earn it. You don't have to chase it. You don't have to question it. It is already yours. Say, Lord, I receive your love, and let that truth settle deep within you. Now allow that love to replace anything that does not belong: fear, doubt, insecurity, heaviness. Let it all fade away, gently, naturally, because where God's love is, there is no room for fear. As sleep deepens, imagine yourself completely surrounded by peace. Nothing can disturb this moment. Nothing can take this away from you. You are safe. You are calm. You are at rest. And in this stillness, God continues to work quietly in your life. He is shaping your future. He is strengthening your spirit. He is preparing what is ahead, even now while you sleep. So you don't need to worry about anything else tonight. Just rest. Rest deeply. Rest fully. Rest completely in Him, because in God's presence, you have everything you need. As the night continues and your body drifts deeper into rest, your mind becomes quieter than ever before. This is the moment where words no longer need to be strong or powerful. They simply need to be gentle, soft, and calming. This is where your soul begins to listen. There is no effort here, no pressure, no need to stay alert. Just allow these words to flow over you like a calm river, slowly carrying you into deeper peace. Breathe in slowly and breathe out gently. You are safe. You are at peace. You are resting in God's presence. Let that truth repeat softly in your mind, like a whisper that never fades. You are safe. You are at peace. You are resting in God's presence. Now release your thoughts again. If anything tries to enter your mind, worry, stress, or distraction, do not fight it. Just let it pass, like clouds moving across a quiet sky, and return to this. God is with me. God is watching over me. God is giving me rest. Let your breathing guide you deeper. Slow, steady, calm. With every breath, your body relaxes more. Your mind becomes lighter. Your spirit feels free. Now, let these affirmations gently repeat within you. God is in control. I do not need to worry. I am covered by His peace. I release everything into His hands. I trust Him completely. There is no rush. Let each line sink in slowly, one by one. As your awareness fades further into rest, imagine yourself floating in complete peace. No noise, no pressure, no fear, just calm, endless calm. Now let your heart whisper one simple prayer. Lord, I rest in you, and repeat it softly. Again. Lord, I rest in you. This is enough. You don't need long prayers anymore. You don't need to think deeply anymore. Just this simple surrender. Now allow silence to take over between the words. Let the pauses become longer. Let the stillness become deeper. In this stillness, God is still present. Even when you are not thinking, even when you are not speaking, even when you are fully asleep, God is there. Let that truth comfort you completely. Now your breathing becomes slower. Your body feels heavier. Your mind fades into quiet darkness, and peace fills every part of you. If you wake up briefly during the night, do not return to worry. Just come back to this simple truth. I am resting in God, and let that guide you back into sleep. Now let everything go one last time. Every thought, every worry, every feeling, release it all and drift deeper and deeper into peaceful, uninterrupted rest. Because tonight, you are not just sleeping. You are resting in God's perfect peace. As the night reaches its quietest and deepest point, there is nothing left to do, nowhere left to go, nothing left to carry. You have already surrendered your day. You have already released your worries. You have already placed everything into God's hands. Now you simply rest. Let the words slow down even more now, softer, gentler, almost like a whisper within your soul. Breathe in and breathe out. You are safe. Pause. You are held. Pause. You are at peace. Let each line echo slowly, with space in between, allowing your mind to fully drift. Nothing is required of you anymore. No thinking, no planning, no effort, just rest. Now let this gentle rhythm continue. God is with me. Pause. I am not alone. Pause. I am safe in His presence. Pause. I release everything. Pause. I rest completely. Let the pauses grow longer. Let the silence become part of the experience. Because in that silence, there is peace. If your mind tries to return to thoughts, gently guide it back. Not forcefully, not with effort, just softly return. Back to stillness, back to calm, back to rest. Now, imagine yourself floating in complete quiet. No sound, no pressure, no weight, just peace surrounding you endlessly. This is your safe place. This is your rest. This is where God is holding you. Let your breathing slow even more. Deeper, softer, lighter. With every breath out, you sink further into rest. Now let this simple prayer repeat like a soft echo. Lord, I trust you. Pause. Lord, I rest in you. Pause. Lord, you are with me. Pause. Again, slower. Lord, I trust you. Pause. Lord, I rest in you. Pause. There is no end to this peace, no limit to this calm. You are fully surrendered. You are fully at rest. And even as you sleep deeply, God continues to watch over you. He is still working, still protecting, still guiding. You don't need to wake up to control anything. Everything is already in His hands. Now let the words fade even more. Fewer words, more silence, peace. Pause, rest, pause, calm, pause. Let those words dissolve into stillness. And now, there are no more words needed. Only rest, only peace, only God's presence surrounding you completely. There are moments in life when everything feels slow, confusing, and uncertain. You pray, you hope, you work hard. Yet nothing seems to move. Doors stay closed. Opportunities pass you by. And deep inside, a quiet question begins to rise. God, where are you? But what if in those silent moments something powerful is happening? What if the delay is not denial, but preparation? Because the truth is, God is preparing you for something big. Preparation doesn't always look like progress. Sometimes it looks like waiting. It looks like rejection. It looks like being alone when you thought you'd have support. But every great purpose comes with a process, and God never sends you into something great without first shaping you into the person who can handle it. Think about it. A seed doesn't grow overnight. It is buried in darkness before it ever reaches the light. It breaks open before it breaks through. And in that hidden place where nobody sees, the most important growth happens. That's exactly where you might be right now in the unseen season of preparation. You may feel overlooked, but God is working on your character. You may feel delayed, but God is aligning your timing. You may feel weak, but God is building your strength. Because what He is preparing for you is bigger than what you can currently see, and bigger than who you are right now. Sometimes God removes people from your life not to hurt you, but to protect your destiny. Sometimes He closes doors because the room behind them isn't meant for your future. And sometimes He allows struggles not to break you, but to build you. Every challenge you face is shaping you. Every hardship is teaching you something you will need later. That pain you're feeling, it's not wasted. That confusion, it's not meaningless. God uses every moment, even the difficult ones, to prepare you for something greater. You might be asking, why is this taking so long? But God is not in a hurry, because if He gave you everything too soon, it could destroy you instead of elevate you. Preparation is protection. Timing is everything. Look at the strongest people. They didn't become strong overnight. They went through storms. They faced rejection. They experienced failure. But instead of quitting, they allowed those moments to shape them. And that's what God is doing with you right now. He is building your patience. He is strengthening your faith. He is teaching you discipline. Because where you are going requires a version of you that is stronger, wiser, and more prepared than you are today. There is a reason why things haven't worked out the way you expected. It's because God's plan is bigger than your plan. What you wanted was good, but what He has prepared for you is greater. Sometimes we try to rush the process. We want success now. We want answers now. We want everything instantly. But God works differently. He works deeply, not quickly. He cares more about who you are becoming than what you are achieving, because success without preparation leads to destruction. But when God prepares you first, what He gives you will last. Right now, even if you can't see it, God is working behind the scenes. Every delay is intentional. Every setback is meaningful. Every closed door is guiding you in the right direction. You are not stuck. You are being shaped. You are not forgotten. You are being prepared. You are not behind. You are right on time. And one day, everything will make sense. One day, you will look back and realize why things had to happen the way they did. You will understand why the waiting was necessary. You will see how every piece came together perfectly. But until that day comes, you must trust. Trust that God knows what He is doing. Trust that your season will come. Trust that what is meant for you will never miss you. Even when you feel like giving up, keep going. Even when you feel tired, keep believing. Because your breakthrough is not random, it is prepared. And when the time comes, when God finally opens that door, when everything begins to align, it will not just be good, it will be beyond anything you imagined. Because God doesn't prepare small things. He prepares big things. He prepares life-changing opportunities. He prepares moments that shift everything. He prepares blessings that overflow. and He is preparing you for something big. So don't lose hope. Don't lose faith. Don't quit in the middle of your preparation, because what's coming next will be worth everything you've been through. Stay patient. Stay strong. Stay faithful. Your time is coming, and when it arrives, you will finally understand God was preparing you all along. There comes a point in your journey where the weight feels heavier than your strength, where the silence feels louder than your prayers, and you begin to wonder if all your effort even matters. But what you don't realize is, this is the exact moment where transformation begins, because God does His deepest work in your hardest seasons. When everything is easy, you grow comfortable. But when life gets difficult, you grow stronger. And strength is not built in comfort. It is built in pressure. Right now, you might feel like you're being stretched beyond your limits, like you're being tested in ways you never expected. But that stretching, that pressure, is not here to destroy you. It is here to expand you. God is increasing your capacity, because what He is about to give you requires more from you, more patience, more discipline, more faith, more strength. And if He gave it to you too early, you wouldn't be ready to sustain it. That's why this season feels uncomfortable, because growth is uncomfortable. Change is uncomfortable. Becoming the person God created you to be is uncomfortable, but it is necessary. You see, many people want the blessing, but they don't want the process. They want the success, but they don't want the struggle. They want the reward, but they don't want the preparation. But God works differently. He prepares you before He promotes you. He shapes you before He elevates you. He builds you before He blesses you. Because when your foundation is strong, nothing can shake you. And right now, your foundation is being built. Every time you choose to keep going when it's hard, your foundation gets stronger. Every time you choose faith over fear, your foundation gets stronger. Every time you refuse to give up, even when everything tells you to quit, your foundation gets stronger. And one day, that strong foundation will carry something incredible, something big, something life-changing. But here's the truth you need to understand. Preparation often feels like rejection. Opportunities will pass you by. People may not see your value. You may feel like you're being left behind while everyone else moves forward. But what feels like rejection is actually redirection. God is redirecting you to something better, something greater, something that is truly meant for you. Because not every opportunity is your opportunity. Not every path is your path. And not every door is your door. And sometimes God has to close the wrong doors to lead you to the right one. So instead of asking, why is this happening to me? Start asking, what is God preparing me for? Because your situation is not random. Your struggles are not meaningless. Everything you are going through has a purpose. Even the pain, especially the pain, because pain has a way of shaping you like nothing else can. It teaches you resilience. It teaches you humility. It teaches you strength. And most importantly, it teaches you to rely on God, because when everything else is taken away, He is still there, guiding you, strengthening you, preparing you, There will be days when you feel like quitting, days when you feel like nothing is changing, days when you feel like giving up completely. But those are the days that matter the most, because those are the days when your faith is being tested. And faith is not about believing when everything is going well. Faith is about believing when everything is falling apart. It's about trusting that even when you can't see the path, God is still leading you. And if you can hold on during those moments, if you can keep going when it's hard, if you can stay faithful when it doesn't make sense, then you are exactly where you need to be, because that is what preparation looks like. It doesn't look perfect. It doesn't look easy. It doesn't look glamorous. But it is powerful, and it is necessary, because one day everything will change. One day the doors will open. One day the opportunities will come. One day the breakthrough will happen. And when it does, you will realize that you were not waiting in vain. You were being prepared for a moment that will change everything, prepared for a blessing that will exceed your expectations, prepared for a purpose that is bigger than your fears. So don't rush the process. Don't compare your journey to others. Don't lose hope just because it's taking longer than you expected, because great things take time, and what God is preparing for you is not just good, it's extraordinary. So keep going, keep believing, keep trusting, because your story is not over. In fact, it's just getting started. There is a moment, a turning point, where everything you've been through begins to make sense. It doesn't happen loudly. It doesn't come with a warning. But suddenly, things start to shift. The same doors that once stayed closed begin to open. The same paths that once felt blocked become clear. The same struggles that once broke you now feel like they built you. And in that moment, you realize something powerful. God was preparing you all along. Every delay had a purpose. Every setback had meaning. Every tear, every sleepless night, every moment of doubt was not wasted. It was training. It was preparation. It was shaping you into the person you needed to become. Because the truth is, the blessing was never the goal. You were. The person you are becoming is the real miracle. Stronger, wiser, more faithful, more resilient, more prepared than ever before. And now you're ready. Ready for the opportunity. Ready for the breakthrough. Ready for the life that once felt out of reach. But here's what makes this moment so powerful. When it finally happens, you won't just receive it. You'll be able to handle it. You won't just celebrate it. You'll sustain it. Because God doesn't just give blessings. He prepares people to carry them. And now you can carry it. You can handle the pressure. You can handle the responsibility. You can handle the success. Because you've already been through the hardest part. The waiting. The uncertainty. The struggle. And if you made it through that, you can make it through anything. That's why your story matters. That's why your journey is important. Because there are people out there who are going through what you went through. People who feel lost. People who feel stuck. People who feel like giving up. And your story, your breakthrough, your testimony, will become the proof that it's possible, that if God did it for you, He can do it for them too. That's how powerful this moment is. It's not just about you anymore. It's about the impact, the influence, the lives you will touch. Because when God prepares you for something big, it's never just for you. It's bigger than you. It's about purpose. It's about calling. It's about making a difference. So when your moment comes, don't forget where you started. Don't forget the nights you cried. Don't forget the moments you almost gave up. Because those moments are what made this possible. Stay humble. Stay grateful. Stay connected to God. Because the same God who prepared you is the same God who will sustain you. And even when you reach that next level, the journey doesn't stop, because God is always preparing you for more growth, more purpose, more impact. So don't settle. Don't get comfortable. Keep growing. Keep trusting. Keep moving forward, because your story is still being written, and the best chapters are still ahead. One day, you will look back at this moment, at this season of waiting, at this time of preparation, and you will smile, because you will finally understand why it had to happen this way, why the delays were necessary, why the struggles were important, why the process took time, because without the preparation, you wouldn't be ready for the promise. And now, you are ready for something big, something life-changing, something beyond your imagination. So step forward with confidence. Walk in faith. Embrace what's coming, because this is your moment. This is your time. This is your breakthrough, and everything you've been through was leading you right here. And now, here you are, still standing, still believing, still holding on, even after everything you've been through. That alone is proof that something greater is at work in your life, because many people would have quit by now. Many would have given up. Many would have walked away from the dream, from the faith, from the hope. But not you. You're still here, and that means your story is not finished. In fact, this is the moment where everything begins to come together. This is the season where what once felt impossible starts to feel within reach. This is the chapter where preparation meets opportunity, where faith meets reality, where everything changes. But before that moment fully arrives, there is one final thing you must understand. You didn't go through all of this just to go back to who you used to be. You didn't fight through the pain, the confusion, the waiting, just to settle for less. No, you were being prepared for more purpose, more growth, more impact, more life. And now it's time to step into it. It's time to let go of fear, to release doubt, to stop questioning your worth, your ability, your calling. Because if God brought you this far, He's not going to leave you now. Everything you need is already within you. The strength, the courage, the faith. It was built during your hardest moments. It was developed during your lowest seasons. It was shaped when you thought you couldn't go any further, but you did anyway. That's who you are now. Stronger than you think, more capable than you realize, more prepared than you feel. So don't hesitate. Don't shrink back. Don't let fear talk you out of what God is calling you into, because what's in front of you is greater than anything behind you. This is your moment to rise, to walk boldly, to trust completely, to move forward without looking back, because everything you went through was not meant to break you. It was meant to reveal you, the real you, the stronger you, the version of you that can handle the life that is coming. And when you step into that life, you won't just survive. You will thrive. You will grow. You will become everything God created you to be, and even more, because God's plans are always bigger than your expectations, greater than your imagination, and stronger than your fears. So as you move forward from this moment, carry this truth with you. You are not here by accident. You are not going through this without reason. You are not waiting for nothing. God is preparing you, even now, even today, even in ways you cannot see. And very soon, very, very soon, everything will begin to make sense. The doors will open. The path will become clear. The opportunities will align. And when they do, you will step into them with confidence, not fear, with faith, not doubt, with strength, not weakness, because you will know deep in your heart that you were ready because you were prepared, ready because you didn't quit, ready because you trusted the process, even when it didn't make sense. And that is what makes this moment so powerful. It's not just about what you receive. It's about who you became along the way, because that version of you is unstoppable. So go forward, with faith in your heart, with strength in your spirit, with confidence in your step, and embrace what's coming, because it's big, it's powerful, it's life-changing, and it's yours. This is not the end of your story. This is the beginning of everything you've been waiting for. God was preparing you for something big. There are seasons in life where nothing around you makes sense, but something inside you refuses to give up. You wake up every day carrying questions you don't have answers to. You move forward, even when you don't know where the path leads. You keep believing, even when there is no visible sign that things are changing. And that is faith. Real faith is not about seeing everything clearly. It's about trusting completely, even when everything feels uncertain. Because when God is preparing you for something big, He will often take away your ability to rely on what you see, so you can learn to rely on Him instead. That's why this season feels different. You can't depend on people the way you used to. You can't depend on circumstances the way you used to. You can't even depend on your own understanding the way you used to. Because God is teaching you something deeper, something stronger, something eternal. He will keep you there. He will guide you. He will protect you. He will sustain you. That's the power of preparation. It doesn't just get you to the blessing, it keeps you in it. So don't be discouraged by where you are right now. Don't let the waiting make you feel like nothing is happening. Don't let the silence convince you that God is not working, because He is, right now, in ways you cannot see, in ways you cannot understand yet. But soon you will. Soon you will see the reason behind everything. Soon You will understand why it had to happen this way. And when you do, you will be grateful. Grateful for the delays. Grateful for the challenges. Grateful for the preparation. Because without it, you wouldn't be ready for what's coming. And what's coming is bigger than you think, greater than you imagined, stronger than anything you've faced before. So stand firm, stay patient, stay faithful, because your moment is closer than you think. And when it arrives, it will change everything. There is a part of the journey that nobody prepares you for. It's not the beginning, where everything feels exciting and full of hope. And it's not the ending, where everything finally comes together. It's the middle, the long, quiet, uncertain middle, the place where you've already come too far to go back, but you haven't seen enough progress to feel like moving forward. And this is where most people give up, not because they are weak, but because they are tired. Tired of waiting, tired of hoping, tired of believing for something that hasn't happened yet. And maybe that's where you are right now, stuck in the middle, wondering if it's worth it, wondering if anything will ever change, wondering if all of this is leading somewhere at all. But what you don't see is that the middle is where the real preparation happens, because beginnings are easy, endings are rewarding, but the middle is where you are built. This is where your faith is tested. This is where your patience is stretched. This is where your character is formed, because anyone can start something, and everyone celebrates the finish. But very few people have the strength to stay consistent in the middle, to keep going when nothing is exciting, to keep believing when nothing is happening, to keep trusting when nothing makes sense. And that is what sets you apart, because you're still here, still showing up, still trying, still believing, even when it's hard, even when it's slow, even when it feels like nothing is changing. But something is changing. You are becoming stronger. You are becoming more disciplined. You are becoming more focused. You are becoming the person who can handle what's coming next. Because what God is preparing for you is not small, It's not average. It's not ordinary. It's something big. And big things require strong people, prepared people, patient people, faithful people. And that's exactly who you are becoming. Even if you don't feel it yet, even if you don't see it yet, even if nobody else recognizes it yet, God sees it. God knows it. God is building it inside you, right now, in this very moment. That's why you can't quit, because quitting would mean walking away from everything you've been prepared for. It would mean stopping right before the breakthrough. It would mean giving up just before everything changes. And you didn't come this far to stop now. You didn't fight through everything you've been through just to give up in the middle. No, you're here for a reason. You're still standing for a reason. You're still moving forward for a reason. Because your story is not finished. Your breakthrough is not canceled. Your purpose is still alive. And your moment is still coming. But you have to stay in the process. You have to stay in the preparation. Because the moment you step out is the moment you delay what God is trying to do in your life. So stay. Stay committed. Stay focused. Stay faithful. Even when it's boring. Even when it's repetitive. Even when it feels like nothing is happening. Because behind the scenes, everything is happening. Every small step matters. Every quiet moment matters. Every unseen effort matters. Because those are the things that build something great. And one day, all of those small moments will turn into something massive, something undeniable, something powerful. And when it does, people will look at your life, and they will think it happened overnight. They will think it was easy. They will think you just got lucky. But you will know the truth. You will know about the middle, the long nights, the silent battles, the moments you almost gave up, but didn't. And that is what makes your story powerful. That's what makes your breakthrough meaningful. That's what makes your success real, because it wasn't given to you. It was prepared for you, and you were prepared for it. So don't lose focus now. Don't lose hope now. Don't give up now, because you're closer than you think, closer than you feel, closer than it looks. And very soon, the middle will turn into the breakthrough. The waiting will turn into the reward. The preparation will turn into the promise. And everything will finally make sense. There's a kind of silence that feels heavier than any noise, a silence where your prayers seem to rise, but never return with answers, a silence where you ask for direction, but receive none, a silence where you're doing everything right, yet nothing seems to change. And in those moments, it's easy to believe that God is distant, that He is not listening, that He is not there. But what if the silence is not absence? What if the silence is preparation? Because some of God's greatest work happens in the moments when He seems the quietest, not because He has left you, but because He is working in ways you cannot hear or see yet. Think about it. A teacher is always silent during a test, not because they don't care, but because the test is necessary. The silence is intentional. The silence is part of the process. And right now, you may be in that test, a test of faith, a test of patience, a test of trust, where nothing around you is giving you confirmation, but everything inside you is being challenged to believe anyway. And that is one of the hardest places to be, because we all want signs. We all want clarity. We all want reassurance that we are on the right path. But God doesn't always give you signs. Sometimes He gives you silence, because silence forces you to grow. It forces you to stop depending on external confirmation and start building internal conviction. It forces you to trust without proof, to believe without evidence, to move forward without guarantees. And that kind of faith is powerful, because it is not based on what you see. It is based on who God is, and who He has always been: faithful, consistent, present, even in the silence, especially in the silence. Because just because God is quiet does not mean He is still. He is working behind the scenes, aligning things you cannot see, opening doors you don't know about yet, protecting you from things you never even realized could harm you. There are battles being fought for you. that you are not even aware of. There are paths being cleared for you that you haven't reached yet. There are blessings being prepared for you that are not ready to be revealed. And all of that takes time. So the silence is not a punishment. It's not rejection. It's not abandonment. It's preparation. It's positioning. It's protection. Because if God showed you everything at once, it would overwhelm you. If He answered every question immediately, you wouldn't grow. If He removed every struggle instantly, you wouldn't become stronger. So instead, He allows the silence, not to break you, but to build you, to stretch your faith, to deepen your trust, to prepare your spirit for what is coming next. And yes, it's uncomfortable. Yes, it's confusing. Yes, it can feel lonely. But you are not alone. Even when you don't hear Him, He hears you. Even when you don't see Him, He sees you. Even when you don't feel Him, He is there, working, moving, preparing, because God doesn't stop working just because you stop seeing. And one day, that silence will break. One day, the answers will come. One day, everything will become clear. And when it does, you will realize that the silence was never empty. It was full of unseen work, full of hidden blessings, full of quiet preparation. And you will be grateful that God didn't rush the process, that He didn't answer too soon, that He didn't reveal everything at once, because you will see that the silence was exactly what you needed to become who you are now, stronger, wiser, more faithful than ever before. So if you're in a silent season right now, don't panic. Don't lose hope. Don't assume the worst. Instead, lean in. Trust deeper. Believe stronger, because the quieter it gets, the closer you are to something big, something powerful, something life-changing. And when it finally arrives, you will understand God was working the most when He seemed the most silent. There is a kind of pain that changes you, not the kind you forget after a few days, but the kind that stays with you, the kind that reshapes how you think, how you feel, how you see the world. It's the kind of pain you never asked for, the kind you tried to avoid, the kind that made you question everything. Your path, your purpose, even your faith. And yet, here you are, still standing, still breathing, still moving forward, even after everything you've been through. And that alone tells you something powerful. The pain didn't break you. It built you, because what you don't always realize in the moment is that pain has a purpose, not to destroy you, but to prepare you, because God doesn't waste pain. Every tear you cried, every disappointment you faced, every heartbreak you endured, every moment you felt like giving up, it all had meaning. It all had value. It was shaping you into someone stronger, someone deeper, someone who can carry a purpose bigger than comfort. Because purpose is not built in easy seasons. It's built in hard ones, in the moments where you had to fight just to keep going, in the moments where you had to believe even when it hurt, in the moments where you had nothing left but still chose not to quit. That's where purpose is born. And maybe that's why your journey has been so difficult, because your purpose is not small. It's not ordinary. It's not something that can be carried by just anyone. It requires strength, depth, resilience, faith, and those things are built through pain. Pain teaches you things comfort never could. It teaches you empathy, so you can understand others who are hurting. It teaches you humility, so you don't lose yourself when success comes. It teaches you strength, so you don't break under pressure. And most importantly, it teaches you dependence on God, because when everything else falls apart, He is the only one who remains. That's why your pain matters. That's why your struggles are important, because one day they will become the very thing that gives your life meaning, the very thing that connects you to others, the very thing that allows you to make a difference. Your pain will become your purpose. But before that happens, you have to go through it. You have to feel it. You have to face it. Not run from it. Not ignore it. Not pretend it doesn't exist. Because healing comes through facing, not avoiding. And growth comes through enduring, not escaping. So if you're in a painful season right now, don't rush it. Don't fight it. Don't ask, why me? Instead, ask, what is this teaching me? How is this preparing me? Who am I becoming through this? Because those questions will lead you to your purpose. And one day, you will look back at this pain, and you won't just see suffering. You will see transformation. You will see strength. You will see preparation. You will see how everything you went through was leading you to something greater, something meaningful, something powerful, because God never allows pain without purpose, and He never prepares you for something big without first strengthening you through something hard. So don't lose hope. Don't let the pain define you. Let it refine you. Let it shape you. Let it prepare you. Because what you are becoming through this is far more important than what you are going through. And when your moment comes, when your purpose becomes clear, when your life begins to impact others, you will understand that the pain was necessary, that the struggle had meaning, that the process was worth it, because without it, you wouldn't be ready. And now you are stronger, wiser, prepared for something bigger than you ever imagined. There comes a moment in life when everything feels like it's falling apart, not slowly, not gently, but all at once. Plans collapse, expectations shatter, things you trusted suddenly disappear, and you're left standing in the middle of it all, trying to understand how everything went so wrong. This is the breakdown, the moment where you feel like you've lost control, where nothing makes sense, where the life you imagined no longer exists. And in that moment, it feels like the end. But what if it's not the end? What if it's the beginning? Because sometimes God has to break what you built to rebuild something better. Sometimes He has to remove what you were holding on to give you what you truly need. And sometimes He allows things to fall apart so the right things can come together. But in the middle of the breakdown, You can't see that. All you see is loss. All you feel is pain. All you experience is confusion. And it's heavy. It's overwhelming. It makes you question everything. But here's what you need to understand. Breakdowns are not the opposite of breakthroughs. They are the path to them. Because you cannot step into something new while holding on to something old. You cannot grow into who you're meant to be while staying who you used to be. So something has to change. Something has to break. Something has to end. Not to hurt you, but to prepare you. Because what's coming next requires a different version of you. A stronger version. A wiser version. A more faithful version. And that version of you is being formed right now. In the middle of the breakdown, every tear is releasing what you no longer need. Every loss is making space for something greater. Every moment of confusion is pushing you toward clarity. Even if you don't see it yet. Even if you don't feel it yet. Even if it feels like everything is going in the wrong direction. Trust this. God is not destroying your life. He is reconstructing it, piece by piece, moment by moment, in ways you cannot fully understand yet. Because if everything stayed the same, you would never change. And if you never changed, you would never reach your purpose. That's why the breakdown had to happen. Not because you failed, but because you are being redirected. Not because you lost, but because something better is coming. And yes, it hurts. Yes, it's uncomfortable. Yes, it can feel like too much. But pain is often the sign that something is shifting. That something is being released, that something new is being born. And right after the breakdown comes the breakthrough. Not always immediately, not always the way you expect, but it comes. Because every storm eventually passes. Every night eventually ends. Every breakdown eventually leads to something greater. But you have to hold on. You have to stay through the process. You have to keep believing, even when everything around you is falling apart. Because the moment you feel like giving up is often the moment right before everything changes. Right before the breakthrough. Right before the shift. Right before the answer. And if you quit in that moment, you miss everything you've been prepared for. So don't quit. Don't walk away. Don't let the breakdown convince you that your story is over, because it's not over. It's being rewritten, stronger, better, more aligned with your purpose. And when the breakthrough comes, you will see it. You will feel it. You will recognize it. Because it will bring peace, not confusion, clarity, not doubt, strength, not fear. And in that moment, you will realize something powerful. The breakdown was necessary. It was the turning point, the moment where everything changed, the moment where you stopped living the life you thought you wanted and started stepping into the life God prepared for you. And that life is bigger, better, more meaningful than anything you could have imagined. So trust the process. Trust the pain. Trust the journey. Because your breakdown is leading you to your breakthrough. There comes a moment in life when everything starts to feel different. Not because everything around you has suddenly changed, but because something inside you has. The same situations no longer affect you the same way. The same fears no longer control you like they used to. The same doubts no longer feel as loud, because you've grown, you've changed, you've been prepared, and now you're ready to step into something new. This is the moment where preparation turns into action, where waiting turns into movement, where faith turns into reality. This is the moment where you begin to walk into your calling. And at first, it may not feel big. It may not feel dramatic. It may not feel like the breakthrough you imagined, because calling doesn't always begin with a spotlight. Sometimes it begins quietly, with a decision, a step, a small act of courage. But that small step is everything, because it's the step that moves you out of preparation and into purpose. And once you take it, everything starts to shift. Opportunities begin to appear. Connections begin to form. Doors begin to open. Not all at once, not perfectly, but gradually, step by step, moment by moment, and the more you move forward, the clearer your path becomes. But here's the truth about walking into your calling. It still requires faith. Just because you are stepping into your purpose doesn't mean fear disappears. It doesn't mean challenges stop. It doesn't mean everything becomes easy. In fact, sometimes it becomes even more challenging, because now you're stepping into something that matters, something meaningful, something that has impact. And anything that has impact will require responsibility, discipline, consistency, because calling is not just about starting. It's about continuing. It's about showing up every day, even when you don't feel like it, even when it's hard, even when things don't go as planned, because purpose is not built in one moment. It's built over time, through consistency, through commitment, through faith in action. And this is where many people struggle, not in finding their calling, but in staying in it, because staying requires endurance. It requires focus. It requires the ability to keep going, even when the excitement fades. But this is where your preparation pays off, because everything you went through before this moment was building you for this. The patience you learned, the strength you developed, the faith you held on to, all of it is now supporting you, helping you stay grounded, helping you stay focused, helping you keep moving forward, even when it's not easy. And as you continue walking in your calling, something incredible begins to happen. You start to see the impact. You start to see how your journey is helping others, how your story is inspiring others, how your life is making a difference. And that's when you realize this was never just about you. Your preparation was not just for your success. It was for your purpose, your influence, your ability to change lives. Because when God prepares you for something big, it's always connected to something bigger than you. And now, you're part of that. You're walking in it. You're living it. And yes, there will still be moments of doubt, moments of fear, moments where you question yourself. But don't let those moments stop you, because you are not the same person you used to be. You are stronger now. You are wiser now. You are prepared now. And that means you can handle what comes next. So keep walking. Keep moving forward. Keep trusting God, even in the moments where the path feels uncertain, because you are no longer just preparing, you are becoming who you were meant to be, becoming who God created you to be. And that journey is just beginning. And then it happens, not all at once, not in a loud, dramatic way, but quietly, deeply, powerfully. A moment where everything begins to make sense. You look back at the pain, at the waiting, at the confusion, at the nights you cried, and the days you almost gave up, and suddenly you understand why it didn't work out before, why certain doors had to close, why certain people had to leave, why the process took so long, because if it had happened any other way, you wouldn't be who you are right now. And who you are now is exactly who you needed to become. Strong enough to handle the blessing, wise enough to manage the opportunity, humble enough to stay grounded, faithful enough to keep going. This is the moment where preparation meets purpose, where everything aligns, where the waiting ends and the fulfillment begins. And in this moment, there is no confusion, there is no doubt, there is no fear, only clarity, only peace, only understanding, because you can finally see that nothing was wasted, not a single tear, not a single delay, not a single struggle. Everything had a purpose, everything had meaning, everything was preparing you, and now you are here, standing in a moment that once felt impossible, living a reality that once felt out of reach. And the most powerful part is, you didn't just arrive here, you grew into it. You became the person who could handle it, who could sustain it, who could truly appreciate it. Because if you were given this life before, you might have taken it for granted. But now, you understand the value. Now, you understand the journey. Now, you understand God's timing. And that changes everything, because it gives you peace. Not the kind of peace that comes from everything being perfect, but the kind of peace that comes from knowing you are exactly where you're meant to be. And even now, as you stand in this moment, you realize something even deeper. This is not the end. This is not the final destination. This is just another beginning, because God's plan for your life is not limited to one breakthrough, one success, one moment. He is always preparing you for more growth, more purpose, more impact. So even in this moment of arrival, there is still a journey ahead, a new level, a new calling, a new purpose waiting to unfold. But this time, you're not afraid, because now you understand the process. Now you trust the preparation. Now you know that whatever comes next, you will be ready for it, because God will prepare you just like He always has, step by step, moment by moment, season by season. And as your story continues, as your life unfolds, as new challenges and new opportunities arise, you will carry this truth with you, that everything happens for a reason, that every season has a purpose, that every moment is preparing you for something greater. So no matter where you go from here, no matter what you face next, remember this: you are never lost. You are never behind. You are never forgotten. You are always being prepared. Prepared for something bigger. Prepared for something meaningful. Prepared for something that will change your life and the lives of others. So walk forward with confidence. Live with purpose. Trust with faith, because your story is still being written, and the best parts are still to come. This is not the end. This is your beginning. God was preparing you for something big. In a world filled with noise, distractions, and endless searching, there was once a voice that spoke with clarity, truth, and quiet power, a voice that did not need to shout to be heard, a presence that did not demand attention, yet transformed the hearts of millions. And that voice belonged to Jesus Christ, a man who walked this earth not with wealth or status, but with purpose, compassion, and truth, teaching lessons that would echo through time and continue to guide humanity even today. And among those lessons, one stands above all: the power of unconditional love, a love that goes beyond feelings, beyond convenience, beyond what is easy, a love that asks you to care even when it hurts, to give even when you receive nothing in return, to forgive even when the pain feels too deep. Because true love is not just an emotion, it is a choice, a decision you make every single day. And Jesus showed that love is the foundation of a meaningful life, teaching people not only to love those who are kind to them, but also to love those who oppose them, those who misunderstand them, and even those who hurt them, because love has the power to heal what hatred destroys. And where there is love, there is hope. And where there is hope, there is transformation. And along with love comes faith, a powerful force that stands in opposition to fear. Because fear is something that holds people back. It whispers doubt into your mind. It tells you that you are not strong enough, not capable enough, not worthy enough. But faith speaks louder, reminding you that even in the darkest moments, there is a purpose. Even in the storms of life, there is a path forward. And Jesus taught again and again, do not be afraid, because fear may be natural, but it does not have to control you. And when you choose faith over fear, you begin to see life differently. You begin to trust that every challenge has meaning, that every struggle has a lesson, and that even when you cannot see the way ahead, you are not walking alone. And this leads to another powerful truth: the importance of forgiveness, because holding on to anger and pain can feel justified. It can feel like strength, but in reality, it is a burden that weighs down your soul. And Jesus showed that forgiveness is not about excusing what was done. It is about freeing yourself from the prison of resentment. It is about choosing peace over bitterness and letting go of what no longer serves you. Because when you forgive, you are not saying the pain did not matter. You are saying it will not control your future. And in that moment, you reclaim your power. You reclaim your peace. And you take a step toward healing. And through all of this, Jesus demonstrated humility, a quality often misunderstood in a world that values pride and recognition. Because humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is choosing to serve rather than to be served, to listen rather than to dominate, to lift others up rather than to seek validation. And despite having the wisdom and influence to command authority, Jesus chose a path of service, showing that true greatness is not measured by how many people follow you, but by how many people you help. And when you embrace humility, you open yourself to growth, to understanding, to connection, and you begin to see that life is not about proving your worth to others, but about living in alignment with truth and purpose. And these lessons are not just ideas to admire. They are principles to live by. They are choices you make in your daily life, in the way you treat people, in the way you respond to challenges, in the way you see yourself and the world around you. Because the teachings of Jesus Christ were never meant to remain in the past. They are meant to live within you, to guide your actions, to shape your character, and to transform your life from the inside out. And the more you reflect on these truths, the more you begin to realize that real change does not come from external success. It comes from inner transformation, from choosing love when it is hard, from holding on to faith when everything feels uncertain, from forgiving when your heart resists, and from walking in humility in a world that constantly tells you to seek attention. And in doing so, you begin to experience a peace that is not dependent on circumstances, a strength that is not shaken by challenges, and a purpose that gives your life meaning beyond what you can see. And in the end, the question is not whether these teachings are powerful. The question is whether you are willing to live them, whether you are willing to let them change you, because transformation begins with a single decision, and that decision is yours. As life continues to unfold with its uncertainties and challenges, another powerful lesson emerges from the teachings of Jesus Christ, a lesson about purpose, because many people walk through life feeling lost, searching for meaning in temporary things, chasing success, validation, and material gain, only to find themselves empty. But Jesus taught that true purpose is not found in what you have. It is found in who you are and how you live. It is found in serving others, in making a difference, and living a life aligned with truth and love, because a life without purpose may feel full on the outside but remains empty within. And when you begin to understand that your existence has meaning beyond personal gain, everything changes. Your struggles begin to shape you instead of break you. Your pain begins to teach you instead of define you. And you start to see that even the moments of your life have a role in your journey, because purpose is often revealed not in comfort, but in challenges. And this leads to another deep truth, the importance of patience, because in a fast-paced world, where everything is expected instantly, waiting can feel frustrating, discouraging, even painful. But Jesus showed that growth takes time, that transformation is a process, and that not everything meant for you will come immediately, because there is a season for everything, a time to plant, a time to grow, and a time to receive. And when you learn patience, you learn trust. You learn to let go of control, and to believe that what is meant for you will come at the right time. Not your time, but the right time. And in that waiting, you are being prepared, strengthened, and shaped into the person you are meant to become. And along with patience comes the lesson of trusting God even when life does not make sense. Because there will be moments when doors close unexpectedly, when plans fall apart, when the path ahead becomes unclear. And in those moments it is easy to feel lost, to question everything, but Jesus reminded people to trust beyond what they can see, to believe even without proof, to hold on even when everything inside them wants to give up, because trust is not about understanding every detail. It is about believing that there is a greater plan at work, even when you cannot see it. And when you choose to trust, you release the burden of trying to control everything, and you allow yourself to move forward with peace instead of anxiety. And this naturally connects to another powerful teaching, the idea of letting go of worry, because worry consumes the mind. It steals your peace, it drains your energy, and yet it solves nothing. And Jesus spoke directly to this, reminding people not to worry about tomorrow, because each day has enough challenges of its own, and when you constantly focus on what might go wrong, you lose the ability to appreciate what is going right. And learning to let go of worry does not mean you ignore your responsibilities. It means you choose not to let fear control your thoughts. You choose to focus on what you can do today, on what you can control in this moment, and you trust that the rest will unfold as it should. And through all these teachings, one central message becomes clear: the importance of inner peace, because true peace is not found in external circumstances. It is not found in wealth, success, or approval from others. It is found within. It is a state of being that comes from alignment with truth, from living with love, faith, and purpose. And Jesus demonstrated that even in the midst of chaos, even in the face of suffering, peace is possible. Not because the situation is easy, but because the heart is grounded, and when you cultivate that inner peace, you become unshaken by the storms of life. You become resilient, calm, and strong, and you begin to realize that happiness is temporary. It comes and goes, but peace is lasting. It stays with you even in difficult times. And as you reflect on these lessons, you start to see that they are deeply connected. Forward, and peace gives you stability through it all. And none of these are achieved overnight. They are developed through daily choices, through moments where you decide to keep going instead of giving up, to believe instead of doubting, to stay calm instead of reacting. And in those small decisions, your life begins to transform, not suddenly but steadily, not loudly but deeply, and you begin to step into a version of yourself that is stronger, wiser, and more aligned with the truth that Jesus Christ came to teach. And once again, the question is not whether these lessons are meaningful. The question is whether you are ready to live them, because the path is there, the guidance is clear, and the opportunity for transformation is always within your reach. As the journey of life continues, there comes a moment when every person must confront pain, because pain is an unavoidable part of the human experience. It comes in many forms: loss, rejection, failure, heartbreak, and disappointment. And while many try to escape it or numb it, Jesus Christ revealed a different perspective. He showed that pain is not meaningless, that suffering is not the end of the story, but often the beginning of transformation, because it is in pain that people grow the most. It is in brokenness that people discover their true strength. And instead of running from suffering, Jesus embraced it with courage, showing that even in the darkest moments there is purpose. And when you begin to see your pain not as punishment but as preparation, everything changes. You stop asking why this is happening to you and start asking what this is teaching you. And in that shift, you begin to heal. Because healing does not come from avoiding pain. It comes from understanding it, facing it, and allowing it to shape you into someone stronger and wiser. And along with pain comes another difficult but powerful lesson: the importance of letting go, because many people hold on to things that are no longer meant for them, relationships that drain them, past mistakes that haunt them, regrets that keep them stuck. And Jesus taught that in order to move forward, you must be willing to release what is holding you back, because you cannot step into a new life while clinging to the past. And letting go is not easy. It requires courage, it requires trust, and it requires faith that something better lies ahead, even if you cannot see it yet. And when you finally release what no longer serves you, you create space for growth, for peace, and for new opportunities. And this naturally connects to the lesson of self-worth, because many people struggle with feeling unworthy, not good enough, not capable, constantly comparing themselves to others, seeking validation from the outside world. But Jesus consistently reminded people of their value, not based on status, not based on achievements, but based on their very existence, showing that every individual has worth. Demonstrated this through his actions, never compromising truth for acceptance, never choosing comfort over purpose. And that kind of courage is what transforms lives, because when you have the courage to live authentically, to speak truth, and to stand firm in your beliefs, you become a source of light in a world that often feels uncertain. And along this path you also learn the importance of compassion, because life is not just about your journey, it is about how you impact others along the way. And Jesus showed compassion to everyone, the broken, the rejected, the forgotten, without judgment, without hesitation, reminding us that kindness has the power to change lives, that a single act of compassion can bring hope to someone who feels invisible. And when you choose compassion, you not only uplift others, you also enrich your own life, because giving creates a deeper sense of fulfillment than receiving ever could. And through all these lessons, a deeper truth begins to unfold. The idea that life is not about perfection. It is about growth. It is about learning, evolving, and becoming better with each passing day. And Jesus never expected perfection from people. He understood human weakness, but he encouraged progress. He encouraged transformation, reminding us that no matter how far we fall, we can always rise again. And this message carries immense power, because it removes the fear of failure. It replaces it with hope, and it reminds you that your mistakes do not define you. Your past does not limit you, and your future is still in your hands, shaped by the choices you make today. And as these lessons continue to unfold, you begin to realize that the teachings of Jesus Christ are not distant ideas from history. They are living truths, relevant in every moment of your life, guiding you through pain, through uncertainty, through growth, and through transformation. And the more you reflect on them, the more you begin to see a shift within yourself, a shift in how you think, how you feel, and how you live. Because true change does not happen overnight. It happens gradually, through awareness, through intention, and through the willingness to embrace a new way of living. And in that process you discover something profound, that the life you have been searching for is not found outside. It has been within you all along, waiting to be awakened, waiting to be lived. And the only thing left to ask yourself is, are you ready to continue this journey? Are you ready to go deeper, to grow stronger, and to become the person you were always meant to be? As the journey continues, there comes a deeper realization that life is not just about what happens to you, but about how you respond to it. Because every situation, no matter how difficult, carries within it a choice, the choice to grow or to give up, to rise or to remain stuck. And Jesus Christ consistently demonstrated the power of response over reaction, showing that true strength lies not in controlling circumstances, but in mastering your inner world, because when faced with negativity, criticism, or injustice, the natural human reaction is to respond with anger, defense, or retaliation, yet Jesus chose a different path, a path of calm, of wisdom, of restraint, proving that you do not need to match the energy around you. You can rise above it, and in doing so, you protect your peace. And this lesson becomes even more powerful when you begin to understand the importance of discipline, because transformation is not built on occasional effort, it is built on consistent action, on daily decisions that align with your values, even when it is difficult, even when no one is watching. And Jesus lived a life of discipline, not driven by external pressure, but by inner purpose, showing that when your actions are guided by truth, consistency becomes natural, and through discipline, you begin to shape your habits, and your habits begin to shape your life. And over time, those small, repeated actions lead to extraordinary change. And alongside discipline comes the lesson of detachment from materialism, because in a world that constantly tells you to seek more, to accumulate more, to measure success by possessions, Jesus taught that true fulfillment does not come from what you own, but from who you are, because material things are temporary, they can be gained and lost, but inner values, love, faith, and character, these are lasting, and when you detach yourself from the constant need for more, you begin to experience a freedom that many never find, a freedom from comparison, from greed, from the endless cycle of wanting. And in that freedom you discover contentment, a deep sense of satisfaction with what you already have and who you already are, and this contentment opens the door to gratitude, another powerful lesson that Jesus embodied, because gratitude shifts your focus from what is missing to what is present, from lack to abundance. And when you begin to appreciate even the smallest blessings, your perspective changes, your mindset becomes more positive, and your heart becomes more at peace. And through gratitude, you realize that even in difficult times, there is always something to be thankful for, something that reminds you that life is still giving, still supporting, still guiding you forward. And as these lessons deepen, you also encounter the importance of truth, because living in truth requires honesty, not just with others, but with yourself. It requires you to face your fears, your weaknesses, your mistakes, without denial, without excuses. And Jesus emphasized truth in every aspect of life, showing that truth is not always comfortable, but it is always necessary, because only through truth can you grow, can you heal, and can you build a life that is real and meaningful. And when you align yourself with truth, you begin to live with integrity. Your actions match your words, your intentions become clear, and your life gains a sense of authenticity that cannot be shaken. And with truth comes clarity, and with clarity comes direction, allowing you to move forward with confidence, even in uncertainty. And along this path, another essential lesson reveals itself, the power of influence, because whether you realize it or not, your life impacts others. Your words, your actions, your choices, they create a ripple effect. And Jesus showed that true influence is not about control or authority. It is about example. It is about living in such a way that others are inspired to become better. And when you choose to live with love, with patience, with integrity, you naturally influence those around you. not through force, but through presence. And this is where your life becomes more than just your own journey. It becomes a source of light for others, a reminder that change is possible, that growth is real, and that even in a complicated world, a meaningful and peaceful life can still be lived. And as you reflect on all these lessons, you begin to see a pattern, a deeper understanding that everything is connected. Your thoughts shape your actions shape your habits shape your character, and your character shapes your destiny. And Jesus Christ came not just to teach isolated lessons, but to show a complete way of living, a path that leads to inner peace, strength, and purpose. And the more you walk this path, the more you begin to transform, not into someone new, but into who you were always meant to be. And the journey does not end here. It continues deeper and further, calling you to grow, to reflect, and to live these truths more fully with each passing day. As the journey moves forward, there comes a deeper awakening to the reality that life is not always fair, not always easy, and not always within your control. And yet, within that uncertainty lies one of the most powerful lessons that Jesus Christ taught, the lesson of surrender, because many people spend their lives trying to control everything, trying to force outcomes, trying to hold on tightly to their plans, their expectations, and their desires, believing that control will bring them peace. But in truth, it often brings anxiety, frustration, and exhaustion. And Jesus revealed that true peace is found not in control, but in surrender, in letting go of the need to have everything figured out, and trusting that there is a greater wisdom at work, a greater plan unfolding, even when you cannot see it. And surrender is not about giving up. It is about releasing the illusion that you must carry everything on your own. It is about allowing yourself to be guided, to be supported, and to move forward with trust instead of fear. And when you truly surrender, something shifts within you. The weight you have been carrying begins to lift. Your mind becomes calmer, your heart becomes lighter, and you begin to experience a sense of peace that is not dependent on outcomes, but rooted in trust. And along with surrender comes the lesson of resilience, because life will test you, it will challenge you, it will push you to your limits, and there will be moments when you feel like giving up, moments when the pain feels too heavy and the path feels too long. But Jesus demonstrated a resilience that goes beyond human understanding, a strength that does not come from avoiding difficulty, but from facing it with courage and unwavering faith. And resilience is not about never falling. It is about rising every time you do. It is about continuing forward, even when progress feels slow, even when the results are not immediate. And when you develop resilience, you become unstoppable, not because life becomes easier, but because you become stronger. And this strength is deeply connected to the lesson of obedience to truth, because in a world filled with distractions, temptations, and conflicting messages, staying aligned with what is right can be difficult. It requires discipline, it requires awareness, and it requires a strong sense of inner conviction. And Jesus consistently chose truth over comfort, purpose over popularity, showing that living a meaningful life often requires difficult choices that may not always be understood by others, but are necessary for your growth and integrity. And when you choose to follow truth, even when it is hard, you build a foundation that cannot be shaken, a life that is rooted in authenticity and strength. And as you continue to reflect on these lessons, Another powerful truth emerges: the importance of hope, because hope is what keeps you moving forward when everything else feels uncertain. It is the light that guides you through darkness, the belief that no matter how difficult things may seem, there is still a possibility for change, for healing, for something better. And Jesus brought hope to those who had lost it, reminding them that their current situation did not define their future, that no matter how broken they felt, they were not beyond restoration. And this message is just as powerful today, because there are moments in life when you may feel lost, when you may question your direction, your purpose, even your worth. But hope reminds you that this is not the end of your story, that there is still more ahead, more growth, more opportunities, more transformation waiting for you. And with hope comes the lesson of perseverance, because believing is not enough. You must also continue. You must keep going even when the path is difficult, even when progress feels invisible, even when doubt tries to take over. And perseverance is what turns dreams into reality. It is what allows you to move forward step by step, day by day, until you reach a place you once thought was impossible. And Jesus showed that perseverance is not about speed. It is about consistency. It is about staying committed to your path, regardless of the obstacles you face. And as you embrace perseverance, you begin to understand that success is not defined by how quickly you achieve something, but by your willingness to continue despite challenges. And all of these lessons together begin to form a deeper understanding of life, a realization that true transformation is not about changing your circumstances overnight, but about changing yourself from within, your mindset, your perspective, your choices. And as that inner transformation takes place, your external world begins to shift as well. Not necessarily in the way you expected, but in a way that aligns more closely with who you are becoming. And in this process, you start to experience a sense of fulfillment that goes beyond temporary happiness, a deeper sense of purpose, peace, and connection that comes from living in alignment with the teachings of Jesus Christ. And once again, you are faced with a choice. The choice to continue growing, to continue learning, to continue applying these lessons in your daily life. Because the journey is ongoing, the transformation is continuous, and the path ahead is still unfolding, waiting for you to walk it with courage, faith, and an open heart. As this journey moves closer toward its deeper meaning, there comes a profound realization that life is not just about becoming stronger, wiser, or more successful, but about becoming more aligned with truth, more connected with love, and more awakened to the purpose within you, because at the core of everything Jesus Christ taught lies a simple yet transformative truth, that the kingdom you are searching for is not somewhere far away. It is within you. It is found in your thoughts, your choices, your actions, and your willingness to live with intention and awareness. And many people spend their lives searching outside, looking for validation, fulfillment, and peace in the world around them. But Jesus redirected that search inward, showing that true transformation begins from within. And when you begin to look inward, to reflect, to understand yourself deeply, you start to uncover the patterns that shape your life, the beliefs that guide your decisions, and the fears that hold you back. And in that awareness, you find the power to change. Because once you see clearly, you can no longer remain the same. And this awareness leads to the lesson of renewal, the idea that no matter where you are in life, no matter what you have done, no matter how far you feel you have fallen, you can begin again, because every moment carries the opportunity for a fresh start, a new perspective, a new direction. And Jesus embodied this message of renewal, offering hope to those who felt lost, reminding them that their past did not define their future, and that change was always possible. And this truth carries incredible power, because it removes the weight of regret, it replaces guilt with growth, and it allows you to step forward with confidence instead of hesitation, knowing that you are not bound by who you were, but empowered by who you can become. And as you embrace renewal, you also begin to understand the importance of alignment, because living a meaningful life is not about doing more. It is about doing what truly matters. It is about aligning your actions with your values, your choices with your purpose, and your life with truth. And when you are aligned, everything begins to feel clearer. Your decisions become easier, your path becomes more focused, and your energy becomes more directed. And this alignment creates a sense of harmony within you, a feeling that you are moving in the right direction, even if the journey is still unfolding. And along with alignment comes the lesson of stillness, because in a world that is constantly moving, constantly demanding your attention, it is easy to become overwhelmed, distracted, disconnected from yourself. But Jesus often stepped away from the noise, choosing moments of silence, reflection, and connection, showing that stillness is not emptiness. It is where clarity is found. It is where strength is restored. It is where you reconnect with what truly matters. And when you allow yourself moments of stillness, you begin to hear your inner voice more clearly. You begin to understand your thoughts, your emotions, your direction, and in that clarity you find peace. And this peace becomes your foundation, something that remains steady even when the world around you is uncertain. And as you continue on this path, another powerful realization emerges: the importance of living with intention, because life is not just about passing time. It is about how you use that time, how you show up each day, how you treat others, how you respond to challenges. And Jesus lived every moment with purpose, with awareness, with intention, showing that even the smallest actions can carry great meaning when they are done with love and sincerity. And when you begin to live intentionally, you become more present, more engaged, more connected to your life, and you start to see that every day is an opportunity to grow, to give, to become better than you were yesterday. And as all these lessons come together, a deeper understanding begins to form that the life you are building is not just about you. It is about the impact you leave behind, the lives you touch, the difference you make. And Jesus Christ showed that a life of true significance is not measured by how much you gain, but by how much you give, not by how much you are recognized, but by how much you serve. And when you begin to live with this mindset, your perspective shifts, your priorities change, and your life takes on a deeper meaning, one that goes beyond temporary success and moves toward lasting fulfillment. And now, as you stand at this point in the journey, having explored these lessons, having reflected on these truths, you are faced with one final and powerful realization: that everything you have learned, everything you have heard, everything you have felt, is leading you to a decision to remain the same or to transform, to continue living on autopilot or to step into a life of purpose, awareness, and truth. Because knowledge alone does not create change, action does. And the teachings of Jesus Christ were never meant to be admired from a distance. They were meant to be lived, experienced, and embodied. And the path is now in front of you, clear and open, waiting for you to take the first step. Not tomorrow, not someday, but now, because the moment you choose to live differently is the moment your life begins to change, and that moment is always within your reach. As this journey nears its final stages, there is a quiet but powerful truth that begins to settle within you, a realization that everything you have been searching for, strength, peace, purpose, love, has never been as far away as it once seemed, because the teachings of Jesus Christ were never meant to complicate life. They were meant to simplify it, to bring clarity to confusion, light to darkness, and direction to those who feel lost. And yet, the simplicity of these truths is often what makes them difficult to follow, because the world constantly pulls you in different directions, filling your mind with noise, comparison, pressure, and expectations, making it easy to forget what truly matters. But when you pause, when you reflect, when you return to these teachings, you begin to see clearly again. You begin to remember that life is not about chasing everything. It is about choosing what is meaningful, and this choice requires awareness. It requires you to step back from the distractions and ask yourself what truly matters, what truly brings you peace, what truly aligns with the person you want to become. And in that moment of honesty, you begin to let go of what is unnecessary, what is draining, what is not in alignment with your purpose. And this process of letting go is not a loss, it is a gain. Because every time you release something that does not serve you, you create space for something that does, something that brings you closer to truth, closer to peace, closer to the life you're meant to live. And as you continue to grow, you begin to understand the importance of consistency in your spiritual and personal journey, because transformation is not built in moments of inspiration alone. It is built in the quiet, often unnoticed moments of discipline, the daily decisions to choose patience over frustration, kindness over judgment, faith over fear. And these choices may seem small in the moment, but over time they shape who you become. They create a foundation that is strong, stable, and aligned with your values. And Jesus demonstrated this consistency throughout his life, not just in moments of great impact, but in everyday actions, in the way he spoke, the way he treated others, the way he responded to challenges, showing that true transformation is not occasional, it is continuous. And this leads to another profound lesson, the importance of awareness of your thoughts. Because your thoughts are powerful, they influence your emotions, your actions, and ultimately your reality. And if your mind is filled with negativity, doubt, and fear, it becomes difficult to live a life of peace and purpose. But when you become aware of your thoughts, when you begin to observe them rather than be controlled by them, you gain the ability to choose differently, to replace doubt with belief, fear with courage, and negativity with hope. And this shift in mindset can change everything, because once your inner world begins to change, your outer world follows. And as this awareness deepens, you begin to see the importance of living in the present moment, because so many people are either stuck in the past or worried about the future, missing the only moment that truly exists, the present. And Jesus emphasized the value of living fully in each moment, not being consumed by what has already happened or what might happen, but being fully engaged in what is happening now. And when you learn to live in the present, you experience life more deeply, you appreciate more, you worry less, and you begin to find joy in the simplest things, and this presence becomes a source of peace, grounding you even when life feels uncertain. And as all these lessons come together, you begin to see a transformation not just in your thinking, but in your entire way of living, a shift from confusion to clarity, from fear to faith, from striving to surrender. And this transformation is not something that happens once. It is something that continues to unfold, day by day, moment by moment, as you continue to apply these truths, as you continue to grow, as you continue to walk this path with intention and awareness. And now, as you stand on the edge of the final chapter of this journey, there is a sense that something within you has changed, that you are no longer the same person who began this journey, that you see life differently, that you understand yourself more deeply, and that you are ready to take the final step, the step that turns knowledge into action, that turns understanding into transformation. And that step is what will define the direction of your life moving forward. And now, as this journey reaches its final moment, there is a quiet stillness, a pause that invites you to reflect, not just on the words you have heard, but on the truth you have felt within yourself, because this has never been just a story about Jesus Christ. It has been a mirror, a reflection of what is possible within you, a reminder that the same strength, the same love, the same peace that he spoke about has always been available to you, waiting patiently for you to recognize it, to embrace it, and to live it. And as you stand here now, you may begin to realize that change does not come from hearing powerful words alone. It comes from the decision to act on them, the decision to choose love when it is difficult, to choose faith when fear feels overwhelming, to choose forgiveness when holding on feels easier, to choose truth when compromise seems tempting, because these are the moments that define your life, not the big, dramatic events, but the quiet choices you make every single day. And it is in those choices that your future is created, step by step, moment by moment. And perhaps the most powerful lesson of all is this, that you are not meant to live a life of fear, limitation, and doubt. You are meant to live a life of purpose, courage, and truth, a life where you are not controlled by your past, but guided by your vision, a life where you are not defined by your struggles, but strengthened by them. And this realization carries a responsibility, because once you know the truth, you cannot ignore it. Once you see the path, you cannot pretend it is not there. And the choice becomes clear, to continue living as you have been, or to step into something greater, something deeper, something more meaningful. And that step does not require perfection. It does not require you to have everything figured out. It simply requires willingness, the willingness to grow, to learn, to try, to fall, and to rise again. Because transformation is not a destination. It is a journey, one that unfolds over time, shaped by your commitment, your intention, and your actions. And as you move forward from this moment, you carry with you more than just lessons. You carry a new perspective, a new way of seeing life, of understanding challenges, of connecting with others, and of understanding yourself. And this perspective becomes your guide, helping you navigate the uncertainties of life with greater clarity and confidence. And there will still be difficult moments. There will still be challenges. But now you face them differently, with more awareness, more strength, and more faith, knowing that every experience, no matter how hard, has something to teach you, something to shape you, something to move you closer to the person you are meant to become. And as this journey comes to a close, it leaves you with one final truth, a truth that is simple yet powerful, that the life you are meant to live is not somewhere in the future. It is being created right now, in this moment, through your thoughts, your choices, and your actions. And the power to change your life has always been in your hands, waiting for you to take responsibility, to take action, and to take that first step forward. And so now the journey continues, not on a screen, not in words, but in your life, in the way you choose to live from this moment on. And the question is no longer what you have learned, but what you will do with it, because your story is still being written, and the next chapter begins with you.